Good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India. And, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India. And, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India. And welcome to Med Friday with Doctors on IBM TV. And today is supposedly our 103 episode since 8th of March. And we have recorded around 25,000 minutes. Thanks to Nick and the team. And we are ready to go. But because of the spike in the cases in India, a lot of our doctors are also quarantined and they are not available because they're also not well, and they have some. A lot of them have got their COVID testing done. So fingers crossed. And I mean, from IBM TV, we wish them that they would get well soon and overcome the situation. But a lot of people in India also, getting cured from the current COVID and coronavirus and whatever things going around. But still, cases are spiking up in India, and that is what we are dealing with right now. It's like a war situation. And in Delhi, we have created a stadium into a quarantine stadium with 10,000 beds. And we are also working on a ruling where there is no home quarantine because, as per the government data, they feel that during the home quarantine, the cases are spreading more. So maybe there would not be any home quarantine, and people will have to go to quarantine center to get their self treated. And that's what the story from around India possibly. I can say like 15, 20 cities are worst hit as compared to the other country, but it's not a good field factor as of now. A lot of things going on. We have a border dispute going on with China. There's a lot of tension at the Chinese border. So as with Pakistan, we have a lot of terrorist activities on the north side, and with that we have Corona. And then there are a lot of suicides happening in India as well because of the current economic slowdown and pandemic, and people are not able to go out, and they're mentally upset. So that's how we are dealing in India right now. But the positive news is that we have to stay united and stay together. And whenever you are not well, you have to call the doctor. So stay at home and call the doctor. That's what the motto from IBM TV.
So stay at
What
home,
about,
use the phone, as Dr. Sagu says, right? Stay at home, use the phone. Dr. Sagu
yeah.
has told us this many times. We're going to replay some of the old videos that were very inspirational of what we need to do to reduce the problems that come with this pandemic virus that has not been able to slow down. One of the things that I keep reflecting back on is a letter that was written by one of the chief of medical hospitals, and her concern is that if we re-entered before we reduced the infected rate to zero, like if we didn't have a good zero baseline, that by July we would have quadrupled our numbers to the point that the hospitals would not be able to maintain. And I've been noticing some of our doctors, if they're posting out messages to their patients or people, that we're seeing messages that there is an incline. Please take into consideration before you go out and do something. But let's take a look at these numbers real quick, because this is very interesting to me, because, we thought and heard from our leaders, that things were under control. One of the things I think is that we're not experiencing as high of a death rate, but that usually happens in any of the pandemics that the world has ever experienced, or epidemics, is they eventually learn how to treat it, right? And so early detection and treatments will curb that death rate. But let's watch what happens. This was today's. This is today's. Usually I get it and I like to hit a recycle, but this already recycled for itself. So we're at over 8,600,457,000 deaths. So we're, nearing that 500,000 mark. But if you look, we're still increasing. I don't know if these numbers are accurate. it may be a reflection of how many tests. It would be nice, and maybe if we scroll over to the right a little bit and see, how many tests are actually being done to this number, right? But so it says we've done a total of 26 million tests in the US, and out of those 26 million, 2,200,000 were tested positive. But if you look, yesterday, India was third or fourth, and now, they're still there in the top five um, of the infective rate going up. But it might be because they're testing every day. I think a lot of these countries, they're not turning in results because they're not testing, or they're too busy not turning in results. They're too busy. Um, but this is a problem. We're not getting control over it. To hear from my own doctors in my own state is concerning to me as well, as like Ankit, that the rates are going up at a mark that even the doctors can't come and say hi, that they're just that busy. And so we're going to send a prayer out to all of the doctors and all of the nurses, all the admin people, that you are given the strength and the courage that you need to get through this, and the energy as well, and that you're given the support you need. And if you ever need anyone to talk to, or need to get your stress de-stress, and you can't find anybody, reach out to Ankit and I, or anyone on IBM TV. We're not counselors, but we're a good voice to listen and talk to. And I think you'll find out that just getting it off your chest sometimes help. I had someone call me 2 days ago, and before I could get out hello, they were screaming on the phone. So I was like, "Whoa, are you okay? Do I need to call the doctor?" No, that just felt good. So so sometimes we just have to do that, but we want somebody to hear us, right? We don't want to just do it in the backyard or out in the woods. We want somebody to hear, sympathize, hug, right? And appreciate, accept, not judge, right? Um,
Kim, the best part is that during this pandemic, people have overcome the situation, and they are more careful about what's happening around the neighborhood. They are trying to follow a hygiene pattern. They follow that it's right to keep distance, and physical distance and social distancing is as important as anything else. And that is also one of the right for a human being, because now if you find someone just across your shoulder, you will feel amazed what's happening, because you need that distance, and we have to follow that distance in public places as well. So the norms are changing, things are preparing, and the people they are understanding. In fact, I've seen a lot of children in India, and a lot of videos also around the world, that kids are also, understanding that what is coronavirus and how they have to protect themselves. So there's a lot of awareness going around, but still, we are 7.5 billion people, and we are spread across a big world, and we need a lot of resources, time, money, power, and patience to follow that pattern and unitedly follow a practice. And also, if someone has having some good practices, we have to share that practice, because if we don't share the practice around the world, we won't be able to overcome together. And this is the problem of the world. This is not a problem of you or me or America or India or Japan, whatever it is. So we have to come together and work towards the humanity. And you can see the environment is cleaning so as other things. So just be positive, and don't take a bad step. If you have in a mental pressure, just call a doctor, or talk to your psychologist, or talk to a team, and get it resolved, because small things can make big change. So that is what we are trying to do on IBM.
you know, and it's amazing, every little thing that each person can do can make one big change. And we just have to work together, communicate together to make all of those small changes connect and happen. And one of them is respect our doctors, respect our medical profession, and we need to be giving them the support they need to make this happen. Putting together the pandemic centers, as you are doing, is probably the smartest thing that any country, any city can do, because that isolates the situation quickly. And you can do this. I never understood why they didn't even try to use some of the hotels that they had to shut down for a while, because hotels already have a lot of the supplies in their closets. They have a lot of outlets, a lot of means. They got a restaurant and a lot of means already established to take care of sick people, give them isolation in each room, all the things to do, like TVs and things like that. And so, and if you watch the movie 93 Days, which maybe one day instead of doing the show, I'm just going to plug the movie in and make the world watch it. It is a true story of how to contain and isolate one of the world's most deadliest viruses that literally kills 90% to 98% of the people that it touches. Yeah. And they controlled it, and they reduced the death rate and the infected rate instantly because of the things that we talk about on the show. But unless you have a good pandemic team in place or pandemic policies in place with your medical profession, in other words, that you've talked about it, you got your flashlight ready, and the batteries are tested continuously, you're not going to be able to get through an epidemic or a pandemic. It's just, you're not. You've got to have these policies. Yes?
I was going to say that what you're talking about is having a sense of community and everybody pulling together, all the auras going in the same direction. But in the United States, we are infused in birth by this idea of rugged individualism, and that we which is a myth, because when I had hair, I didn't cut it myself, and I didn't fix my teeth. The dentist did it, but we still believe we got everything by doing it ourselves. So we have trouble in the United States convincing people to work together, because they all think that they can do it themselves. I don't need to wear a mask. I don't need to do this, because I'll be fine. I'm a rugged individual. So all the things you're saying are absolutely true. And it's just the difficulties of getting the United States mindset centered around doing things together as opposed to as an individual.
We have a BA attitude around it. I'm going to use the term, I call it badass, because I heard it a lot at a conference I went to. It's a seminar for a lot of wealthy people, a club, so to speak, and mostly guys. And, they call them BAs, badasses. But I call it the BA attitude because our movies instill that in us, right? It can't touch me. I got this. I'm going to overcome it with that attitude that I'm just not going to quit. And of course, that attitude is great, especially in a startup business. I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to give up. I'm a fighter. And that's what's instilled in us. We're fighters. But there's a thing called intelligence, right? In fighting, you don't get in the ring with Mike Tyson if you never practice swinging. Okay, you don't do it.
Practice.
So, one of the things I like about Nick, though, is he says, well, Kim, we're going to go up against 60 minutes. Our time slot's up against 60 minutes. I go, why don't we just go after? He goes, no, because if you want to play football, you go up, and you want to be the best team ever. Do you go up against Peyton Manning, or do you go up against?
To be the best, you have to play the best and
you have to play the best. Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but Nick, the question is that Nick, the question is that who is the best?
Who's the best? Well, we are. People in the United States. I mean, we're number one in coronavirus. Didn't you see that? Okay, and go USA. Not only that, we're going to increase it because Trump is holding this rally in Tulsa, and this is really funny. Mandatory, you sign a release, okay, that you won't sue us if you get coronavirus. Voluntary to wear a mask, social distancing, and prevent yourself from getting coronavirus. Okay, there's only one word about this: stupid. Okay, there's no other explanation. Now the media. Listen. The media is being very kind because they don't use this word, stupid. Okay, but the thing is, here's the definition of the people that attend that don't follow the rules: stupid. Now here's what we also find out. Here's the reality of what goes on here, Ankit. If the government doesn't say mandatory to wear a mask, mandatory to do social distancing, mandatory to wash your hands. Guess what? People don't do it. They go, well, I guess it's okay. And then they get together. I'm serious. Come on, Jim. This is the reality of the American. They get together. They're in the bars, right? Well, right now they close the bars, but they're in the restaurants, socialize, and then there's a spike up. Oh, I don't believe it. All these people got coronavirus. Oh, what a bloody surprise. Okay, now and there's only one word for it. It's called stupid. There's just no other word.
Well, Counselor, besides rugged individualism as a myth that we're born with, we also have this anti-intellectualism.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In other words, we're supposed to be rugged and stupid. Okay, I mean, I got it. Okay, but the thing is, let's look at the reality of the situation. And I knew that was going to happen. Though it didn't take a rocket scientist to predict this. The minute you tell people it's not mandatory to wear a mask and social distance, then they don't do it. Now, if it was mandatory, they go, oh, then you took away my rights. Yes. I lost my rats. I lost my rats. Okay.
I lost my rats.
Hey, look. You know, my rats, and that's what I mean. Yeah, that's an old Southern thing. I don't have my rats, my constitutional rats. Now, there's some good news. The death rate. Yeah. Butter might call me a biscuit. Okay, you're right. There you go. The good news is the death rates are going.
That's how we say it here in the South.
Yeah, it looks like the death rates are going down as the physicians are finding better treatments for this. So there's some good news. Another good news. A lot of the young people, if they did get together, they're going to get sick or barely notice it, et cetera. But if you're older with a pre-existing condition, you are so toast. So anybody who goes to Tulsa who's old and has a pre-existing condition, and then they go, oh, I got sick, I go see the doctor, I'm dying, help me.
Okay. Not my fault. That's what you're saying. It's your fault.
The thing is, I think the doctor should go help them. They should get a spade out, go out to a dirt pile and start digging a ditch. Because that's where they're going to throw the bomb.
We should make the doctors dig the ditches. We should make Trump dig the ditches.
I mean, yeah, they hire a ditch digger. I mean, the thing is, this is the reality of the situation. And we also saw this in the protesters and the rioters. I'm sorry, it works both sides. Okay.
Can I ask a question, though? Okay, so why is it so important for Trump to have a rally? I mean, if you're a good president,
come on, it's both sides.
A good president,
come on, it's both sides.
You don't need to go out and rally and campaign.
It doesn't matter. It's both sides. I mean, the thing is, the rioters and the protesters shouldn't have rioted and protest, not because of the cause isn't correct, but the way they did it was incorrect. And no one calls them on. Mass media doesn't call them on that either. They don't go say, dude, okay, if you're going to go out and you're going to protest, you need to keep your social distance. You need to wear a mask. Okay, you need to wash your bloody hands. No, instead, we got a cause greater than my life or greater than the hospital situation. Baloney. Okay, I mean, the thing is,
I see Nick are wearing masks.
Well, the ones that do, and they follow the rules, I don't have a problem with. In other words, then go out, and there's a big difference also here between the protesters and the rioters. Protesters are legal, in my opinion. In other words, that's been our way for years. You can go out and protest. Rioters are illegal. Yeah. Okay, and there's a big demarcation between that, because if you riot and you burn buildings and you create havoc, you're just another bloody criminal. I mean, just get over yourself. The media never calls people on any of this stuff. This is what gets me about mainstream media. They feed you the garbage they want you to eat today, and it's totally controlled by five major corporations control all the media that you consume and eat in the United States. I'm not sure about India and Canada and the rest of the world, but I am definitely sure about the good old United States and America. I guess in Russia, they only have one Prada, so they don't have five. Okay, but they have one, and they feed you daily garbage. In Russia, eat the garbage of Russia. In the United States, there's five. Eat the daily garbage of the United States.
But we can choose which garbage.
What?
We can choose which garbage. We can choose.
We have a choice.
You have the Democratic channel. You have the Republican channel. You have the, you have the channel paid by Pharma. You have the channel paid, and then you have the shopping channel, right? And the shopping channel, that's probably the most honest channel out there, except you don't know what you're buying. Yeah. But they're all there. They're not telling you any other story than what they're selling you, and they are selling you. and they're honest about it. So,
and I have no idea. I have no idea what they watch in India, because India is that.
Nick, I'll tell you, Nick, we have around 800 news channels registered in India. 800.
800.
Out of that, more than 500 channels are live.
500 live channels in India, dude.
800 are registered news channels. Only news channels I'm talking about. Out of that, more than 500 channels are live. And
really?
I can see on my dish TV more than 100 news channels around the different cities. So we have a national channel, and we have a state channel, and then we have a city channel.
Well, talk about the world's largest democracy. They have 800, 500 live channels. And I'll go dead flipping through my channels. By the time I'm done, I'm dead.
I mean,
I'll tell you, most of the channels are in regional languages, so you don't have to put those channels because you don't speak those languages.
Okay.
So it's more about English and the official languages. And in India, we have 22 registered official languages. 22.
Yeah. Well, here's the information that we get from India in the United States. See that?
Well, we get it.
Okay. In other words, come on, Jim. What do you know about bloody India? Have you ever been there?
No, I
there
have
we
not.
go. Okay, case closed. You know nothing about the country.
It's a round number for me.
Now, Alexander Starr, our world traveler from Canada, you've been to India, right?
I was in India for about 2.5 hours at New Delhi airport.
Oh, you stood in the airport on the way to another country.
Yeah, I was changing plane there. And
actually, Sasha didn't call me so that I could have gone and pick him up. He didn't call me.
Well, it was many years ago. I was on my way from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur. There's a stopover in Singapore. Yeah, and the plane on the way there stopped in New Delhi. Now, what's happened is I love Indian food and curry, and my wife doesn't. And of course, we were served curry and Indian style food in airplane. So on the way back, we had to do something different to make sure that we will not get Indian food anymore. So we asked what are the choices. We were flying by KLM. So the only choice was kosher food, the Jewish style kosher food. So we ordered kosher food. Guess what? The plane on the way to Amsterdam from Singapore doesn't stop at New Delhi. It stops in Kuwait. And we were at the Kuwait airport 1 day before the invasion of Iraq, Kuwait. So we stayed there for about half an hour at Kuwait airport. It's a huge airport. There are no people, absolutely no planes, nothing. So we flew. When we came back to our seats, actually my wife's T-shirt was burned by cigarettes there were a lot of Muslim travelers in that plane because it was going through Kuwait. Yeah, so it was burned, and the stewardesses were very apologetic. They gave us all kinds of bottle of champagne and some coupons here and there and some cash. And, so they were trying to be nice to us, but that's a reality story. So now you can judge for yourself. I have no comments about these passengers who burned my wife's T-shirt. let them go straight to hell.
One comment.
Oh yeah, one comment. Yeah, still. Yeah.
Oh, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go straight to hell. Okay, there we go. Hey, Alexander Starr, have you ever played Monopoly? The American game Monopoly. You ever play that?
Yes.
Oh, you have? Oh, Lord. Okay.
Yes, Monopoly I play, and there are some other games that more interesting.
Okay. Yeah. It's a goofy game. And Kit, in the world's largest democracy, do you guys ever play Monopoly? That big capitalistic game. Wow, that Parker Brothers went all over the world with that capitalistic game. Do not. That's where you have to collect $200 when you hit go, and then you keep going with money. Now, here's a very interesting thing about Monopoly. At the end of the day, does one person win who has all the chips and cards and cash?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, and that's what we play today on the world stage. Okay. At the end of the day, one person will have all the money, everybody else will be busted. Okay. Unless you have to collect more than the $200, and it just shows the game theory that the problems of world capitalism do exist unless there's some sort of moderator in the system, which right now we're not sure about. But the thing is, here's my thoughts of India, where you're from, Ankit. You have 1.3 billion people. Okay, you're the world's largest democracy, and the knowledge of the average American is on India. For example, did you ever take a course on Indian history when you were in high school, Ankit?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to go around our panel to some of the Americans and foreigners around. Kim, did you take a course on Indian history in high school?
Very little.
Did you take a course? Was there a course offered on Indian history? Not a full
course. We did world history.
World history. Okay, so you glanced by India on the way to the rest of the world. Okay, Jim, you're in the era of Silicon Valley. All the smart people live there. You're a smart guy. Did you take a course on Indian history?
No.
Okay, Sasha Starr, you're a very smart guy also. You've been around the world. You lived in Russia, in Canada. Do you ever take a course on Indian history?
The short answer is no. But because of my curiosity, I know more about Indian history than probably 90%.
Yeah, but that's because you went outside the box. You went outside the box, counselor. Okay. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Okay, Mr. Double Oceans Away, Ankit. Here's what we know about India. 00. Okay, because nothing's even taught unless you go out of your box and decide.
But on the other hand, we just know about Abraham Lincoln and George Bush and Bill Clinton and now Trump. We also don't know about USA.
Oh well, there's nothing to know here. There's nothing interesting going on.
It's one of the oldest democracy, and we don't know about US. But a lot of people know about Britishers because British rule around the world.
Yeah, right. So they took us over. They took Canada over. They took over, India. They owned everything except Russia. And I don't know how they did.
The sun never set on the British Empire.
But
the sun never rose on the British Empire. It's all cloudy. They had really horrible weather everywhere.
I got a big issue here because one of the places I love to go to for an adult education on world history is Epcot. And do you know Epcot does not have India?
I did not know that. Are you serious? Can you Google fact check that, please? We need to Google fact check because this is a real international crisis that just brewed.
Wow.
What you said. Okay, we're going to fact check Epcot. Epcot's in Walt Disney World, purportedly shows the whole world. Are you serious? Let's go fact check.
So it has Canada.
I don't care. Fact check it. Let's go to the internet and fact check.
Right here, it's got Canada, the United Kingdom, France, Morocco, Japan, United States, Italy, Germany, China, Norway, and Mexico. I know all the time.
Oh, what an insult to the Indian community. Are you serious? Did you hear that, Ankit? You don't exist. You do not exist as far as Disney is concerned. Okay, maybe we will use abctv.tv since we own that URL. Take this, Disney. Are you kidding me? And you guys probably watch Disney movies who bought Marvel, by the way.
But you're not even listed in the Epcot. You're not even there. They have a, if you've ever been to the Epcot, one of the things I like to do, I start in Mexico and I end in Germany, right? So
but you'll never visit India because it doesn't exist in the United States. You guys don't exist.
Well, let me make a plug for one of my key learnings.
Go to
Unreal.
It's the great courses. I don't know if you've ever heard of the great courses.
Of course, yeah, great courses are great. I have one right up here, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. And they have the history of India, and you can find it on YouTube.
Sure. Yeah, right. Great okay, course. So this is what I'm saying. If you want to learn anything about India and the United States, you've got to go outside of the box. This is another big failure of our American education system. Okay? You can just put a big F and then go everywhere and find out about it. One of it is they don't teach history other than usually it's like what Ankit says. They'll teach European history, at least here, they'll teach European history, U.S. history, end of history. China doesn't exist. India doesn't exist. Australia, Well, it's down under. Who cares about it? It's a whole continent, and we just don't care. And that's the reality. Now, what I didn't know, which I thought Kim brought out quite nicely, is that to the extent of eradicating them from the view, is they're not even in Epcot Center. I mean, are you kidding me? You know, if I was an Indian traveling, we're going to go look for India. We're here in the United States, Walt Disney World. It doesn't exist.
Wait.
I've got another question. Does Russia? Kim, is Russia on that?
We have a lot of.
Go ahead.
Russia is not there, I think, but we have a lot of our local Disney kind of theme parks in India, and people are happy doing that and going to those places as compared to Disney. But whenever someone wants to go to Disney, they go to Hong Kong or maybe US or some other country. But they are happy what they are doing here. They are not concerned what's happening in the Disney world.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's not a happy place. I'm just saying that. Does Russia exist over there by any chance?
No, this is
probably not. No.
So I think we need to petition Epcot to get an India pavilion. So I think we need to petition them. They don't have Russia either, but they have a lot of.
Russia doesn't exist. Oh.
Out.
Spasiba.
Actually, it's very easy. You just put a space, a refrigerator, put a lot of snow, and you have a Russian pavilion. What else do you need?
And there's a lot of vodka in the refrigerator.
You put a vodka.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I read a very interesting publication on the Russian site, quite credible, in fact. And they're talking about the reason that there are so relatively few cases of coronavirus. Probably because they're not reporting all cases, of course, that's the reason. But another reason, much more interesting, it's a very few viruses, if any, can withstand a certain level of alcohol in the human body. So if there's enough level of alcohol, then they can withstand and fight any virus. And as a result of that, So this is the imperial vodka. It's 1.75 liters, and that's probably better than any mask wearing or washing your hands or anything. That's what will save you for sure. But
at home, he is a professional.
Yeah. So this is the ones that I recommend. It's 1 point. It's like a family size vodka. I would say it's too much for one person to drink. But it works.
Maybe the cold has something to do with it too.
Yes.
What?
Maybe the cold has something to do with it too. The viruses don't like cold.
Well, now they're all suffering because of this incredibly high temperatures. They have plus 32, 33. Oh, by the way, tomorrow I will have Grandmeisters Sergei and Maria Makarichev from Moscow. They're very well known. Not only players. I mean, right now they had their own chess channel on television for about 20 years. They're very, very good journalists, chess journalists as well. It will be my pleasure to have them tomorrow. So I talked to them yesterday. They were suffering from this heat, really.
Really? Are they beaming in from Moscow tomorrow?
Yeah, we will have broadcast directly from Moscow.
Okay, yeah, we got to make sure to promote that.
Sasha, that's a fantastic get on your part.
That is a fantastic get. So we have Grandmaster players from Moscow tomorrow on
and very good, very well-known chess journalist.
Right, and known chess journalist. Okay.
And Makarichev, Sergei Makarichev, he was a coach of Kasparov for about 3 years.
Oh, really? Okay.
In the 80s when he was playing for Kharkov.
Another chess star that Sasha had on his program, Irina Krush, actually had the COVID virus.
Yeah,
she spoke quite eloquently about how she suffered, and her solution was what she called golden milk, which is basically turmeric and peppers and that sort of thing. And so she made a remarkable recovery. Even that going to the hospitals, going to the doctors, they gave her no help. But she found on her own, through her own initiative, this turmeric-based milk that made the symptoms go away.
Yeah.
What is very worrisome is that she's not still fully recovered, fortunately. I talked to her. She was in a program, about 3 weeks ago, and she told us, and I talked to her about a couple of days ago. She has not been fully recovered yet. She still has some uncomfort, and sometimes breathing is not easy. And she's good herself. She's young, and she's in good health otherwise.
Yep.
But it just tells you how dangerous is it. Actually, these people who are going on this rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma, why wouldn't they go straight to the hospital instead? Because they could save a lot of time and gasoline if they would drive right to the hospital instead.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the seating capacity.
I do want to add something to what you were talking about, Sasha, with her continued fatigue and things like that. They have discovered that this will be a long-term recovery for many, many people because the damage in the lungs that is caused by the COVID virus. And they're learning, these are things that they're willing to start talking about now, that there is continued fatigue, some continued pains. And
there is also some physical damage too. Yeah.
There's some physical damage to the lungs. This is an article that I had posted back in February that I found. When I heard all of this, I went to a couple of people who were doing white papers on COVID. And I think John Hopkins and a couple of others. And then National Geographic had posted the article itself that it literally would tear the lungs. And I'm like, why isn't anyone discussing this? That this is, to me, an after effect impact on our bodies. If something goes in and tears your lungs, there's a scar.
That's not good.
They never talked about that. Talked about politics, who says what is right, but we're talking about the impact of the body.
Yeah, that's very, very sad that they do that. Oh, but I'm very excited about the Grandmaster showing up, Sasha.
Me
a couple
too.
things that non-chess players don't know. There are more billionaires in the world than there are Grandmaster chess player. In other words, if you go see a Grandmaster chess player, it's easier to bump into a billionaire than it is a Grandmaster chess player. So I'm excited about that. That's going to be at 3:00 tomorrow from Moscow.
Tomorrow at 3:00. Yeah. What's interesting that Maria Makarichev, who will be tomorrow there, she told me that she played my wife chess in a schoolgirl championship of Soviet Union in 1967, which is 53 years ago. So she knew my wife even before I ever met her.
Oh, does she remember the game?
I'm not sure if she remembers the game.
This is really weird that Jim and Alexander Starr know, but non-chess players don't. I used to play a lot, like I said, back in the old days, right? But here's what happened. When I was a state champion, I would go do a simultaneous exhibition. I'd play 30 people at one time, and they'd pay me at a mall to do it. It was kind of entertainment. And then at the end, I would say, who wants to see their game? And they go, what? So I'll go replay your whole game. And the thing is, I'd go to a board and I'd sit there and here was all the moves, and I'd know all the moves of the game. And not only that, during the simultaneous exhibition, when I went around the boards, I would hit this board and I'd push the pawn back. I said, why? You cheated. That pawn wasn't there. The audience would stand up. How'd you know? They said, you're right. How'd you know that? I said, I know the position of all the moves and all the games I'm playing. And they go, how do you do that? I said, dude, all chess masters can do that. It's no big deal. Matter of fact, I found out because I listened to the interview with Fedorowicz, was roommates with Larry Christensen. I didn't know that in Germany. And Larry used to play on the team that I was with, the University of South Florida. I invited him over. Larry, we used to play blindfold chess, driving to Pensacola, but I was the driver, and I really hated it because I'm playing blindfold chess against Larry Christensen, a grandmaster, driving. It was stupid. I would not do that again. Larry is a very good blindfold player. He could play 10, 20, 30 people blindfold simultaneous. Okay, now that's another thing non-chess players don't know. You reach a certain level, and Elliot, who's been on our show, who unfortunately has been not being able to do much now because of the COVID-19 has really affected his business badly, but he plays routinely 10 people simultaneous blindfold, which means you don't get to see the board they do, and then you just yell out the moves, do, but you do it not for one, you do it for like 10 people. simultaneous.
Wait
And
till Elliot gets to be my age. He
oh
won't
no,
be able
you
to do
can't do
that.
it anymore. I know that. Okay, Jim, all that stuff I did when I was a kid. Okay,
Yeah.
like I was in my 20s, and I was good back then. Today, I'm not even going to attempt to do it. I play speed chess on the internet. That's it. I don't even play hardcore tournament chess because of what the 40 moves in 2.5 hours. Are you kidding me? 12-hour games. I heard that from Fedorowicz. I set the record, I think, in the Bermuda International with Costigan, who was an international master. It was like 8.5-hour game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just too brutal on you. So when you get older, forget it. Instead, what you do like Kasparov. You retire and you interview players. You know, don't do all that. It's a lot of work. Or you
run a show on IBM TV.
You go on IBM TV with your book Chess for Dummies, or you run chess stars all over the world. You know, you go find something else to do. You know, it's hard. But here's the thing: is non-chess players don't even know that whole world exists. They really don't. And so what we're going to try to do at IBM TV is introduce some of these worlds to it. But I'm very excited because having some grandmasters from Moscow.
Yeah.
When I was over in St. Petersburg, Russia, now this goes back several years ago, but not too long ago, I was running around looking for where do they play chess? Where do they play chess? And finally I found one place, which they did, but it wasn't the activity I was hoping for, that they'd be playing in the gardens like they do in Paris, because they actually play at the Luxembourg, you know, and so I was able to just sit and play games. They play in Washington. They play in New York City at Washington Square Park. They play in Harvard Square. So I've been to all those places, but I didn't find a square. Maybe it's in Moscow. Alexander, is there a square where all the...
In Moscow, there are a couple of big places where people in the summertime play chess. In St. Petersburg, there is a renowned Chigorin's chess club, and everybody knows this place. And
I went to Organs. That's where I went.
Yeah, Gena Sasonka, who is originally from St. Petersburg.
Really? Okay.
He was once, he was one who defected to the West, and he was persona non grata in Soviet Union. But he wanted to see his mother, who was still alive. In '84, he took a cruise ship which had stopover in St. Petersburg. So he sneaked out of control of this UB people. And he went to see his mother. And he was very happy. And then he went up to Chigorin's chess club. And some people recognized him. And they just, they just couldn't believe their eyes that they saw him. But then he just went back to the ship because he was really...
Well, Nick, you will believe this, but few others will. I was in Zurich, and I found a park where they played, and they had big chess pieces. So they would have multiple games going on, people playing on both sides. And, the friends that I were visiting were trying to get me to play. But, you don't do that when you reach master level. You don't go into a park and play.
What do you mean you don't go to a park and play?
In Washington Square Park in New York City, yes. But
no, what I like to do, okay, Jim, what I used to do in my younger, more halcyon days, I would go to whatever city it was, go to find out what the chess club was, and then to go beat the snot out of their best player. Okay, but you don't.
Jim, but tell me, did you visit in Zurich? Did you visit the chess museum?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No, I was there for other reasons, but that was my one chess indulgence.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's just it's played internationally, which is really good.
As a
matter of fact, I did find out about an odd that if you want free Indian food, you just hang out with Vichy in India, and then no matter where he goes, he gets free Indian meals. So, because he's well known in India, just like Shah Rukh Khan, who is not well known outside of India, but all the chess players know Vichy. All of them. So if we ever go to the chess community, ask, hey, do you know Vichy Anand? They'll all say yes. Okay. Do you know Shah Rukh Khan? The answer is no.
Wow. I met Vichy in New York when they were having at the World Trade Center. They were having World Championship contending matches, and he was there, and we went for a walk, and he was the most pleasant man you can imagine.
Yeah. He has a stellar reputation. He's from India. He is world famous. Vishwanathan, world chess champion from India, known all over the world, as opposed to Shadow Khan, who's known only in India. Okay, Vishwanathan is known everywhere that you go. So just let you know that they'll get you
what
places.
I wanted to show you.
Ah,
What I got from the Chess Museum in Zurich. So as you see, there are chess pieces of different styles, colors, sizes, and they have all those chess sets as an exhibit in a museum. And I just bought this basically not just as a souvenir, but it's a very, very beautiful painting of all the styles. And the problem is, I have so many paintings in my apartment. I don't know where to put it really.
Yeah, well,
I need space.
But I want to buy the chess paintings that Moran's wife does.
I have a lot of those.
I know. Those were wonderful, weren't they?
She's probably one of the most famous chess painters in the world. Well, we're ignoring Rakesh because
please go on. I'm loving it.
you know the thing is if we get talking chess, it's just going to go on and on.
It's lovely. I learned to play chess quite late in my life, but I enjoyed it. And I remember there were a couple of classmates of mine, one of whom unfortunately is deceased, but they were playing speed chess, and I couldn't even understand what they were doing.
They play speed. They play game in 5 minutes, game 3, game 4. Sure. Yeah.
Basically, speed chess, let's see, 1 minute chess, it's more like a video game.
Well, 1 minute.
Yeah.
One minute.
You know what did Kramnik suggest? He was asked about what he thinks about 1 minute chess, and he said that I have a great improvement for you for 1 minute chess. They asked him what it is. Okay, you get a clock, very precise chess clock, and you put 1 minute on each side.
Right.
Get out and throw in the garbage all your chess pieces and the board and everything. You don't need that. And then you start the game, and whoever presses faster and your opponent's flag falls,
wins.
One wins the game.
Yeah, that's bullet, you know.
That's bullet.
But I'll tell you this: we actually raised thousands of dollars. I was coaching chess in a high school in Seattle, and we were trying to figure out how can we get the parents to donate so these kids can go to nationals. And I thought, we'll have 2 of the kids play speed chess. The parents all gathered around, watch these kids. How did they do that? How did they do that? This is a miracle. They can play this fast. And they donated enough money to send all the kids to nationals.
Great.
Remember, they're non-chess players, and for them, speed chess was how could they're looking at the pieces like they barely know how they move, and these kids are going zoom, 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 and then they're going like how were you able to train them to do that? And these were middle school kids, and the fact is you can train the kids to do a lot of things. And this is one thing that I find really bad about our education institution. We really do not support what kids can actually do. The elementary kids and the middle school kids can do a lot. Okay. But the thing is, we don't give them an opportunity to shine and do things. And when
they're bored out of their minds, and then we tell them they're bad.
Yeah, exactly. It's another failure of our educational system. And the failure of the U.S. education system is well documented through PISA. For those who know the PISA scores, and those are the international scores. In the United States, it's like 30. We're not even in the top 10. And the way they do is they do metrics on reading, arithmetic, science, all these different scores on PISA, if you happen to Google it sometime. And the U.S. isn't up there. Finland is high, Norway's high, U.S. is way down there. Why?
So Finland and Norway are cold countries, so children have nothing better to do than to study.
We have outcry.
I met Finnish people who are who talked about the education system. It's lovely. It's not.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it really varies. Now, here's another interesting thing about the chess players. And if you ever watched, there was a movie on the Enigma, which was they're breaking the code. They broke the German code, right? most of the team members were chess players that eventually became grandmasters, international
Alexander became grandmaster.
Yeah, Alexander became a grandmaster, and a lot of them became international masters. I used to read all their books, and I'm like, wow. I said, all the people that broke the Enigma code, the German code, were chess players, and
Americans, there are some women, and but they're people that you wouldn't expect. Yeah.
They had one thing in common. They were all top level chess players except one person. So, it was like one person and then all these chess players who broke the German code during World War II. So the chess players are actually good for something else. Now, you wouldn't think that, but they are actually
trading.
There are. Interestingly enough, I just before the show, I spoke to Alexei Shirov because next Saturday he will be playing contest games against Alexander Donchenko. So there will be, as usual, cash prizes and so on. Everybody's welcome. So we were discussing about the concept of in chess, how bad is this for a game, and very little could be done about that. So I told him that I did experiment in 2006. I was playing in the Canadian Close Championship. And when there was a meeting of the players before the tournament, I asked to consider the rule that no one can offer a draw. So the only way that it could be draw is 3 times repetition. So everybody was, maybe a couple of people supported me, but generally everybody was against. So then I said, okay, and now I want to make a statement. No one here is going to offer me a draw because I already refuse it. So don't even bother offer me a draw in any position. Even if I'm losing, don't offer me a draw. It's not going to be accepted. Guess what? Nobody offered me a draw. I played all good fighting games. I scored -2. I had 1 win and 3 losses and a bunch of draws. But well, that's another story. But I developed this much farther. My last game, a couple of months ago, before coronavirus, it was kind of a team tournament, and I was playing one guy. And we played a lot of blitz together, and I have an advantage, and we joking about different things. So before my game, remember it's a team championship, and I wanted somehow to demoralize him and have a psychological advantage. So I came up to him and said, his name is Benjamin, and I said, Benjamin, don't even bother to resign. I will not accept your resignation, and you will have to play until checkmate.
These Russians are tough, buddy.
Can you imagine? You cannot resign the game. I'm not accepting. Still, like in a war, okay, one country wants to resign against the other. So I said, no, we are not accepting your resignation. You have to continue to fight until you will be destroyed. That's the name of the game. So I told him, you cannot resign. I'm not accepting your resignation. So Sheriff said that that's against the law, because if he resigns, that's the end of the game. You must accept. And I said, well, yeah, it's against the law, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not accepting the resignation.
True American.
So Sheriff says, okay, so he's a guy who stops his clock and say, I resign. So what you do? I start his clock. I tell him to do your move.
You cannot resign. You will be played until you get checkmated. I want to see your ego crushed on the board. Here's Sasha. You cannot resign. You must be checkmated. I want to see your ego crushed on the board.
I won in 22 moves, by the way.
Destroyed.
I'm thinking if Hitler and Napoleon ever met one Russian like you, they would have dropped the
they would quit. Sasha goes, I will destroy you both. Your ego will be destroyed on the board. You cannot resign.
Nick, I'm going to segue amazing. We all love to back to medical issues, and at the Family Dollar store, we can buy these lidocaine patches, CBD patches. And
Yeah.
before I play Sasha, I wear one on my head.
Oh, by the way, how do those patches work, Jim? Do those patches work for you?
I have. I used to be a distance runner, and so I did a lot of road work. You know,
Right.
Sunday was my day off. I only ran 8 miles, and so I have this pain not constant, but when it hurts, it hurts, and it does help.
Oh, it does help. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was just curious because if you do apply things locally, that's supposed to help you more. Oh, today's supposed to be Medical Doctor Friday, but let me tell you what happened. So I got an email this morning from Ankit. All the doctors are sick with coronavirus.
No.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And he goes, there are not going to be any doctors that show up. What are we going to do? I said, well, I guess we're not going to be talking with doctors today because if they're sick with coronavirus or they're quarantined because of it, big problem. But what happened was
heal your chess game.
Yeah, we can talk about our chess games, right? You know, well, see, chess you don't need to associate with a lot of people. You can do it all on the internet, and that's the thing that killed, at least according to Ozza Hoffman. And I don't know if you know Ozza, but I used to play him all the time when I was in New York. Okay. In other words, if I walked into the Manhattan Club, Ozza would go, "Hey Nick, time to play some chess." And of course, we always had to play for money. And my goal was to stay alive as long as possible, so I didn't ever have to pay his hourly rate, you know. But the thing is, seriously, in other words, we exchanged a lot of. It wasn't me just going down. I go up, I go down, but at the end of the day, I'm usually down, but not by much. So it didn't cost me much for the free chess lessons from Ozza Hoffman. But the thing is, what he told me when I went last time, he goes, well, the Manhattan Club is, and this is where Bobby Fischer played, for people who don't know. And he used to play a lot of speed chess with Ozza, and he'd cream Ozza like nothing. He goes, Manhattan Club closed down. It was at the Carnegie Hall. For those who've been to New York, Carnegie Hall, Manhattan Club. You take this rickety old elevator, which I still have nightmares on, to the chess club. And he goes, the internet destroyed it. He goes, everybody's playing online and nobody is going to the clubs anymore and supporting the clubs. Sure. And so what happened is, it happened to a lot of clubs. They just went down because, and the internet took off, and the chess clubs started folding everywhere. Now there's a certain resurgence in clubs where they're teaching really kids how to play. Okay, but that's the only thing I see any growth in it. Other than that, it really went down. But the good news about coronavirus and for the chess world, they can just play online. In other words, they don't have to go out and mix. It's not really a big social event. Now, here's the other thing. It's my thoughts on chess. If you ever see NASCAR, because some people, is it a sport or is it not a sport? Okay, NASCAR, where they run cars around a little circle, they call that a sport? Baloney. Chess is much more of a sport than NASCAR. Sorry, because the thing is, it's competitive. Somebody wins, somebody loses. It's an endurance race. Like somebody said, it's harder to play a long game than it is to go race 5 miles or something like that. And it's just basically a sport just like NASCAR. Sitting in a car and driving around a circle. Forget it. Yeah, it's big in the South. I don't know if it's big in Russia. Is it? Alexander, did you guys have NASCAR races where people run around a circle?
I think that's normal driving in Russia, isn't it? It's like that. I've seen a lot of YouTube videos.
Right, yeah, I see YouTube videos in Russia. They don't need NASCAR there. That's every day on the Moscow highway.
Malaysia too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, every day on the Moscow highway is NASCAR. So they don't really need.
Germans, they do the Autobahn. So
the Autobahn. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they don't really need that. but here they do have that. Now on the coronavirus and lack of doctors showing up due to being sick. Okay, over here, I don't know if you know this, Rakesh, they decided to relax the standards. So you don't have to wear a mask. You just go and socialize. Everything's good. And they got a spike up in coronavirus cases. Duh. In Hong Kong, where you're from, Rakesh, did they relax the standards where you don't need to wear a mask? You don't have to social distance? Did they do that over in Hong Kong?
Always there. Masks are always there. In fact, today I forgot to pick up the mask in my house, but we have a spare set in the car. So I wore it on. So it is. Masks have always been there, and I think that is the logical thing to do. just like chess is applied logic, because
Right.
when you're dealing with with this kind of a thing, you have to have logic. It's
Right.
not belief, it's not religion. It is just pure cold logic.
Right.
You have to protect the stuff from getting into the nasal. There's certain receptors in your nose, in your throat, in your lungs. If you don't block it, you're just saying, telling the bull, come and butt me.
Yeah.
Well, Nick is an exception to that rule because he does apply logic in his life. But I think one of the problems in the United States is that we're not a logical society. So when you think this makes sense, just do this. That's not a convincing argument.
I agree.
For a lot of us.
I agree. That's the reason there has to be mandates, not because they can't be legally enforced, because they may not be. It doesn't matter. It's sending a message that you need to wear the mask, you need to socially distance still, and you need to wash your hands. They say WWW at least, but you have to bring it down to the basic level. Wash, wear, and wait. That's what they call it. In other words, wait distance. And if you do that, it will mitigate the virus. Okay, but here's the message that one of our leaders are sending. Oh, ignore all that. Come to my rally in Tulsa. Ignore it. Okay, that's the bad message. I'm sorry. This is not a political statement. It would be bad if anyone did that. I'm just saying. And that was to me a bad message by the quote protesters also as well. Okay, so to me, I'm totally apolitical. It's like, hey, either side. I don't care what you're doing. You're ignoring this health hazard. And the thing is, you need to take ownership. Now, we're going to take ownership because you're going to see more deaths, more hospitalization. But I think the death rate's going to increase at a decreasing rate because of better treatments. And I also believe toward the end of the year and early next year, probably, there will be a vaccine. But we can't wait for the vaccine. Sure you can. Sure you can. You can do these things to mitigate the coronavirus. And that's what we should be doing, and that's what all of our leaders should say. But guess what? Here in the United States, that's not all of our leaders saying things.
Well, Nick,
this state can do it different than that state, and this county can do it different from this county, and this city can do it different from this city.
We were getting briefings, Nick, and everybody it was on the COVID crisis, and nobody was wearing masks, and nobody was socially distancing. There are a whole bunch of people behind the podium, shoulder to shoulder, and so we're sending the wrong messages. When we broadcast that I'm a tough guy, I don't need to wear a mask. Well, all the pseudo tough guys in America, in the United States, are going to say, I'm a tough guy, I'm not going to wear a mask. So we got to send the right message.
Right, and that's the thing that we're not doing, and we're going to end up paying for it. And so, like my prediction was, I think we're at like 115,000 deaths. My prediction was 250,000 people between now and the end of the year. But I was predicting over 100 months ago, because the thing is, all you have to do is check the trend lines and see what we're doing, and you can make very accurate predictions in the U.S. Now. Brazil, they don't seem to care, and part of it's poor people that are dying in the poorest parts of Brazil. They go, well, I think the president goes, well, if they die, this is one way to reduce the surplus population, as Charles Dickens wrote, and what does it call it? So the thing is, they all die, just reduce the surplus population.
You're absolutely right, Nick.
Yeah, right. In other words, it reduces this. In other words, they're all in the falafels or whatever they call it, these ghettos and favelas. I don't live in those places. Favelas. Okay, I mean, the thing is, I saw pictures of it. It just doesn't seem. Yeah, it doesn't seem very like a great place to live.
But you see, they're all different. Some favelas are really good houses. And really? Some favelas are not so good, and some are just.
Sasha, it does matter. I have a friend who's now in a vegetative state. He's 80 years old. He didn't go out of his house much. His wife is similarly aged, so she didn't go out much. Till they got it, and he was asymptomatic. Clots formed in his lungs, hit his brain, and he's now a vegetable.
Yeah.
This is a man who didn't even go out, was
Wow.
very, very conservative. And this is happening in India, and the government denies that it is community transmission.
Wow.
And in India, if you think Brazil is, you think of a mega Brazil, and then that's what you have in India, because they're not even counting the cases.
Right.
Wow.
You know, and
So sad.
it is tragic, because the same thing,
Tragic.
Jair Bolsonaro attitude, same thing.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, the thing is, this is where also shelter in place to the extent that you can. You should do all this. So if you're listening to IBM TV, these are things that you should do. Shelter in place to the extent that you can. Wear a mask, okay, which you can do. Socially distance, in order to stay away from people, which you can do. Okay, wash your hands. All stuff that you can do. If you're listening to the mixed message from other media, they're full of it. I mean, the thing is, they don't know what they're doing. They do not accept the reality of the situation. They don't report the situation of it correctly. They don't call people on it at all. Like this meeting in Tulsa, they should call them, you know, and say, this is stupid. Okay. But I haven't heard nobody from any of our 5. Remember, we're controlled by, I don't know how it is in Hong Kong, Rakesh, but we're controlled by 5 corporations in the United States in terms of all of our media. In Russia, I think it's 1. So it's easier to get.
Yeah,
it's one major one. There are now some very interesting sources as well. And guess what? Putin is not suppressing them, trying to show that there is some kind of democracy in Russia. But the first channel on TV is so overwhelming machine that all the rest of them together.
Yeah, they don't get the love of all the other. What I found out today, I didn't know this. India has 500 active live channels. 500? Are you kidding me? Yeah. You know, and the thing is, Rakesh, in case you don't know, here's the education level of the Americans and Indian world knowledge, 0. Okay, we're given no courses on Indian history. Okay, none. In other words, the thing is, like, if you're in high school here in the United States, we're going to do Indian history or Chinese history. No, we'll do what they call it Western civilization or European history. Yeah, you can take European history. You can take American history. Okay, Indian history? No, you don't get to take that course. Why not? It's not even offered.
Nope.
Not even offered. What about Chinese history? Not even offered. What about Malaysia? Nope, forget it. What's that?
But Nick, you and I learned that they have 500 live channels today.
I just learned it. Yeah,
I just learned it too, and I was thinking maybe that's why Ankit is so cool on live TV.
because it's got 500 channels he can be on. You know, see, I don't know, because they don't. Our knowledge is so limited here. It's like there's a guy named Mahatma Gandhi. He said, "Stop, get rid of the British." The British left. The Indians are in control. End of our knowledge of American Indian history. Anything happened before?
Slightly exaggerated.
Yeah, slightly exaggerated, but basically true. Come on, Jim. And there's one place to visit called the Taj Mahal. Everything else is not worth visiting.
I know the Ganges River.
Oh, there's a river that people jump into and jump out of called the Ganges River. I mean, seriously, you know, the thing is, other than that, the Americans know nothing about the country. You know, we don't even know they have different states or provinces. Okay, we don't even know there's another city. We hear a little bit there's a Bollywood down there somewhere, and there's some tech guys running around. But other than that, they don't know anything about that place. And going there, I keep looking at the plane flights. It's 20 hours. I mean, I can get there; it's cheap, but 20 hours in the plane. That's like going to Australia, which I did once. It's 24 hours.
I think it's from California, so it's 17 hours to New Zealand.
Yeah, well, I've been to Australia and New Zealand because I got a free pass to go there. So I'm looking to go to New Delhi as soon as they open this thing up so I can visit Ankit. But then I want to bebop around and look at some of the other cities that are there. And one of our people that we work with plans on actually filming one of our Hollywood producers filming a show in India, which I think would be really good, because we are starting to get, for the first time, some Indian movies are starting to hit in the US. Okay, but it's taken just recently I've started seeing them start to come on board, and they're pretty good. You
well,
know,
we had my big fat Greek wedding before we had anything from India. So
that's true. We'll have the big fat Greek wedding before we have a big fat Indian wedding. I mean, come on. You know, the thing is, it's just slow. It's just slow to materialize. Their GDP is expected to rise in India 7%. Ours is going to go down 7%. You know, when I look at those numbers, Bollywood's bigger than Hollywood.
Yeah.
No,
It is.
no,
Bigger.
cannot be,
Much
cannot
bigger.
be. No, America's the only big. Look, we have to cross 2 oceans to get to your place. This is not an easy thing to do. Okay, in other words, it's not like we always say, "Oh, we got to cross the pond to get to Britain." We got to cross another pond to get to India. That's the reason we don't go there. There's 2 ponds to get there.
But Steve Jobs, he came to India and spent a long time in India, but he was disillusioned because he came for spiritual stuff, and you know that we've become westernized already.
Here's the movie that I saw. It's called The Queen of Jhansi. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw that movie.
Oh yes, she was a wonderful lady.
The Queen of Jhansi. Okay, I saw that the other day. I'm going like, wow. Okay, so we're flipping through Netflix, I think it was, or maybe it was Amazon, and there's the Queen of Jhansi, based on a true story. And I love true stories. And so, who's Jhansi? Where's Jhansi? Oh, it's some city in India. Does it still exist? I don't know. Never even heard of it. Does it really? Okay. And anyway, apparently, what?
We love to show off our ignorance.
I'm rapidly demonstrating my total ignorance of India. So there's
that state has 200 million people. The state where it lives.
There's a state. Jhansi has 200 million people.
Yeah, it is in Uttar Pradesh. It has 200 million people, almost 60% of USA.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So anyway, it's a great movie for those who have a chance to see it. It's about the East Indian Bay Company, which I didn't even know anything about. I learned all my history in India watching the Queen of Jhansi. So apparently the Brits created this company, and the company raised a private army. And I'm going, there's capitalism for you, to go out and fight all the Indians. And of course they would hire Indians to fight Indians. And they had this big mesh going on. And, then eventually she goes, enough is enough. She tried to put a stop to that whole mess that went on in India. And then eventually the British East India Company said goodbye, and they left. That's all I know. That's my entire knowledge of history of India. Anything that happened before it didn't exist.
I'll give you one more fact. So you mentioned that Trump is doing a rally somewhere in US, and India. We also have a lot of election going around. It's kind of an election capital for the world, because every month we have an election. Today also we have a Rajya Sabha election, which is the parliament, upper house parliament in India.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, one of the parties, BJP, one of the parties have that they have more than 20 million people attended those rallies around India. 20 million virtual people attended those rallies. And those rallies are for 2 different states, Bihar and West Bengal, not for the complete India. And there were 20 million in attendance.
Yeah, what do you do with all these people, Kit? I mean, you got like millions of people that are just hanging out. I mean, what do they do? You know?
Some of them go to New Zealand like me.
Oh, they go to New Zealand. Okay, there we go. I thought you went to Hong Kong, Rakesh.
From there, I went to Hong Kong.
Rakesh, I was going to ask you because you've been in Hong Kong, but I thought you were living in New Zealand now. And has there been a spike in New Zealand in COVID cases, or is it still?
2 Brits brought some cases back to New Zealand.
They haven't done enough to you yet.
Yeah, no, they
don't bring armies anymore. They don't bring armies. They just bring coronavirus to countries they want to take over. Is that what's going on?
They were sisters, and the father was on the verge of death, and so they came in. They're supposed to be quarantined for 14 days, but they sort of wheedled their way around and sort of just picked up a private car and zoomed off to see their father. They met him just before he died, but in the process, they infected about 300 people.
300? Wow.
Well, one of the persons that they met went to a gym.
Yeah.
And then from there, it just spread, So they've tracked all of them. They're all in quarantine. It's under control, but, it's...
It shows how fast this
Jacinda Ardern is not happy.
Do you have a lot of tattoo parlors in New Zealand?
Yes, the Maoris have a beautiful set of tattoos. They have it. They call it some particular word. I forget what the name, Mokapuna or something like that. It's got some Maori name for it, and it's absolutely beautiful. So, tattooing is a fine art in New Zealand, and they have some really beautiful tattoos. I haven't got a tattoo at all. I just don't believe in them. But it's lovely.
It's an essential business, I guess, in the United States.
It
So,
is.
quick question: how old is the tattoo business?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
The Maori
How
one is
old is
ages old. Maori one has been ages. It's before the white man came.
Oh yes, right.
I wouldn't know that.
It's always been paint, but body paint has always been part of any culture throughout history.
Right. So it's been around for a long time. Yeah. Speaking about being around for a long time, Lynn Shepherd has arrived.
Yeah.
He's been around for a long time.
My wife would tell you my body change has been around for a long time also. So there you go. So nice to see everybody. I'm here to talk about the dollar store and maybe participate in the conversations as well. We are a sponsor. We have the family.dollarstore.com. It's an online dollar store. We're a sponsor of Money Masters, which is the owner, nonprofit owner of IBM.TV. We love the mission. And I guess, Nick, you can correct me. It's a not-for-profit versus non-profit, which I think there is a difference. But in any event, we are a supporter of the mission. We love the mission, which is to provide financial education and financial sustainability for people who basically are in poverty and helping them get from poverty to financial sustainability. So we love the mission. We think actually it's a mission that really can apply to people in this kind of a climate right now, because a lot of people are losing their jobs and really need to pay attention to, one, saving money, two, not having to go out and get the coronavirus. Like apparently the people did in New Zealand that Rakesh was talking about. Also, time is money, as Kimberly says. So because people don't have to go out, they can order and have it delivered to their home. They're saving money. And also, a lot of our products are a lot less expensive than you're going to buy elsewhere, and you get them faster. Jim was talking the other day about an order that came to him in 3 days. Amazon, UPS, Walmart, they've all pushed their delivery periods out to a lot longer period. So right at the moment, we can only deliver in the United States. We always apologize to Sasha because he's in Toronto, and getting things across the border in these days and age. My daughter-in-law who lives in Toronto bought something that was delivered to their home here in Pennsylvania, and she had to have it even before the lockdown. She had to have it shipped to Minneapolis because she was going to be in meetings in Eade, Minnesota, and she was able to pick it up there and take it back to Toronto with her. And they might have waited anywhere from a month to 2 months to get what was being shipped, and that she was able to pick up right away when she got to Eade. So things going in and out of Canada today are not easy, but we do ship here in the United States. Our main delivery or shipping point is Irvine, California. So that's why Jim, who's in the Socialist Republic of Northern California, Basically, Jim can get his deliveries in 3 days. Those of us who are still part of the United States here in eastern Pennsylvania, it takes us 5 days, maybe 4 to 5 days. It is delivered to your home unless you happen to live in a community like I do, which doesn't have postal delivery. But the good news is we have some great products on the website. Besides the Minion napkins, which Kimberly loves, we have CBD products, including CBD patches with lidocaine. Jim, as many people know, is a ranked. Yes, look at that. He's putting it on his arm because it's very difficult to pick up chess players, and he doesn't want to get any kind of tendonitis. And when he goes to play Sasha, he's going to put one on his head because he knows he's going to be in pain before the game even starts. But we have a lot of great products. Kimberly was pointing to one the other day. It's since there are no ladies on the meeting today, we can talk about the fact that we all have lines in our face, which the women don't want to have. They want to look a lot more useful than we do. So there's a product that Amazon sells for $67, $4 plus of shipping, and we sell it for $4.99, the identical product. And if you buy $25 or more of products, shipping is free. We also have a rewards program that is like giving people gift cards. So you get gift tokens, which you can share with other people to get them to shop on the site. And in fact, Nick and Jim, I'm going to be sending you some so that you can hand them out. People have to be, they actually have to be customers to be able to get them, but you can get them to come on. They get $5 worth of gift tokens for themselves that they can use on purchases or give to others. But what I'm going to send to you, I encourage you to send to other people. Get them to become customers, and you just transfer them right on your own site. And you can do that to anybody who is a customer, whether you recommended them or not. But since we're here to support Money Masters PBS and the mission that Money Masters has, we want to do everything we can to get as many customers to come on, because we're giving half of our profit to Money Masters in support of the mission. We love the mission, and we love the people who appear here on IBM TV, even if they happen to be from the Socialist Republic of Northern California.
We have great shirts out here, Lynn.
Oh, yeah.
Just let you know that we're doing on Monday, Len. We're actually going to have we're doing business and economics on Monday, and I have two special guests. One, a professor at Duke University.
Oh, wonderful!
An economics professor there is going to be joining us on Monday. Another is a financial advisor in Palm Beach, Florida.
Wonderful.
So one guy is a practitioner, and one guy, even though he's a professor, he actually is invested in over 100 startups. But we're going to have him on the business show because our startup show, we have a hard time getting startups to show up.
Right, sure.
On the business show, they all show up. So we have some exciting shows that are going to be coming up on IBM TV. Again, help people on their financial education. And one way to do it, of course, is the if you shop at the dollar store. And Sasha's teaching stock trading.
Right, sure.
Okay, which I think is a really great course, because it's something that, again, you just don't learn. And that's something that people can learn worldwide. And Sasha has some really good, I think some really good picks that he's looking at. And so it's something that you want to show up. And that's, I think, Wednesday at 1 o'clock. The other thing is that Sasha is doing a chess show that is beaming in from Moscow. Two chess grandmasters from Moscow. We're going to be on this Saturday, I believe, at 3 o'clock on Chess Stars. And of course, it will be an opportunity to let people know about the dollar store. But in Moscow, they can't shop the dollar store. But as they come over here, they can.
Yeah, sure they can.
Yeah. But chess is worldwide, and it's something that I think people do need to know about. And of course, grandmasters, like a lot of people don't know, there's more billionaires in the world than there are chess grandmasters. So
Wow.
I'm excited about the people from Moscow showing up. Oh, here's the dollar store, which you can shop.
Yeah. Oh, great, good. Yeah, we have dust masks, which are the appropriate. They're different color on each side. There, Jim has his out for a package of 50 of them. You can get them for $25. I carry extra ones in my car so that I can give them to people who don't have masks. And fortunately,
by the way, this is really important, these masks, because they're going to mandate this in the state of North Carolina starting this afternoon. So for those people who haven't got your mask, you can go to the dollar store and you can purchase the mask online and they deliver it to you. But realize, here's what my thinking is: in the United States, Lynn, eventually all the states are going to adopt this to be mandatory. Otherwise, we're not going to control this thing.
You're absolutely right. I believe that. By the way, as an aside, my mother went to Duke, and I used to needle her, even though she graduated in, I guess it was 1941, 42. I can't remember. Even though I guess it was 41. I used to needle her and say that she went there when it was called Trinity University, which a lot of people don't know. And I think it became Duke in the early 1920s, somewhere around 1921 or 22. And she used to get furious at me. And I said, well, you went there when it was called Trinity. Nobody knew it as Trinity University.
I did.
Yeah, well, you would. Yeah. Well, you were old enough to know that, Nick.
Yeah. I knew it used to be Trinity University. I mean, and the College of New Jersey used to, everybody knows about the College of New Jersey. No, they know the new name, Princeton.
Princeton, yeah, that's true.
Right.
Well, Princeton has been Princeton for a lot longer than Duke was Duke. So anyway, but there are the Minion napkins. Where is Kimberly? Where is Kimberly?
Take a peek at this, Kimberly. Take a break from what you're doing.
So we should show the CBD products because, people to be able to try CBD, which is a really good product for a lot of different reasons. CBD, people can't buy in small quantities. And on our website, we have them in very small quantities. We also have the patches, so you can buy the Excel patches, the identical patches. This company doesn't produce the ones that Amazon gets, but they are identical type patches. On Amazon, cost $19, and we sell them for $4.99. So why do people want to leave their house and risk getting COVID? B, spend the time, which is money, and drive someplace to go buy stuff. C, spend more money than they're going to spend elsewhere. That's part of financial fitness and financial education. And D, why don't they want to support the mission of Money Masters? I mean, what could be better than that? And that's why we love the mission, and that's why we support Money Masters. We really hope everybody signs up. Just become a customer. Yeah. You get an immediate reward, which is like getting a gift card.
Lynn, you had me at I didn't have to leave my house.
Well, there you go. I understand a lot of people in Northern California would prefer you didn't, but that's okay.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Kimberly.
I'm having to beam in and out today, but I've been here all along. I'm the one who's been running the dollar store. When I hear you, I'm like, I need to. But sometimes it's difficult for me to beam in and out. But we're a good team here at IBM, and
absolutely.
And tag team and help each other. But we want to thank you from IBM TV for your support. And it's not just your financial support. Every day you come on here and you share the mission of financial literacy.
Right.
And we call it financial fitness because we don't want people to think it's boring, like Nick said. Nick, when I need him, he says it a lot better than I do. But anyway, So what we really want to do is inspire people to become more financially fit so that we can close that gap between poverty and sustainability. I mean, why do you think that there are so many problems that exist today, right? A lot of people are caught down and stuck down into poverty, and that's depressing. That also creates a lot of the recidivism of crime and other problems that exist. And so we feel like that if we can inspire people, just engage them to even think twice about something they do. But like I said, that the most important thing that I learned in my journey isn't about how much money you make, right? It's about how you manage it. Right. And every football player out there, yeah, they're making millions. Well, I've seen a story once where one of them made his first million that week and spent it that week. And he goes, what happened? Oh my God, I thought I had $1 million. And his accountant goes, well, there's a thing called taxes.
Yeah.
You didn't. So a lot of times, if you don't know about managing money, right, and you know that your employer is supposed to pay you and it goes into a bank account, and you sit there and you think, oh, I got $1 million, think again, buddy. Yeah. Okay. There's a thing called taxes, there's a thing called insurance, there's a thing called workers' comp. I mean, there's all kinds of things that people don't think about. So management of your money, understanding it, right? So it's how you earn it, but it's how you spend it, save it,
and invest it.
Think about your taxes and think about paying.
Another plug for Monday's show on our business economics. We'll have a professor from Duke University, and we'll have a financial advisor from Palm Beach, Florida, on Monday to help people with their money and also the investing world. So that'll be Monday on IBM TV.
Another plug for Sasha's trading show, because I say investing.
Yeah, Sasha has a trading show.
And investing are two different things, right?
Nick, you were mentioning that in North Carolina they're going to mandate masks.
Yeah, they're going to mandate masks. Yeah,
I think Kimberly wants them to mandate minions too.
I got mine. I don't know about you. And let me tell you, the price of masks are going up because one of my companies is part of the PPE exchange, and it's weird. It's like I almost feel like we're talking about something illegal because they'll go, "We've got it on the dock," and then somebody says, "Show me proof of life." Somebody says, "Show me proof of funds." Proof of life, proof of funds, and I'm like, whoa, if I were a hostage, I'd be dead now. Because it's always the chicken and the egg. Nobody wants to close the deal until one or the other puts up. So, but they're coming in daily, right? And they're gone daily. So think about this. And what I've been watching is the price of mask at the port goes up every day. It was $10 2 weeks ago. $10 at the port 2 weeks ago. The boxes have now gone up to $13 in 2 weeks. So think about that when you're investing right now. I would go out to the dollar store and go ahead. Those are the same boxes that the dollar store is using that were used at my medical center. They're exact same box. So you're getting the same thing that the doctors are using for their patients when they come in. And again, I want us to go back to when the doctors first told us about the mask. They're not there to protect you. They're there to protect everybody else if you have it. It's more about containment. So it's more about respecting others. And I think Matthew McConaughey kind of phrased it because he donated millions of masks recently out there just to get the ball rolling. And he said, use this as your badge of honor, right? Don't think of it as you're having to wear something that's putting you down. Think of it as your badge of honor. And I thought, wow, what a way to put that, right?
So it was interesting. We were with 3 other couples, socially distanced, a couple of weeks ago, and we hadn't seen them in person for a long time. And the son was behind one lady who was talking, and while she was talking, you could see the beads of moisture coming out of her mouth. And this was nothing. This wasn't the lady particularly. It just so happened that she was sitting in the right position to my left and to my wife's left. And my wife just hit me on the side and said, "Look!" And you could see the beads of moisture coming out of her mouth as she was talking. And I imagine if she and her husband had switched locations with the other couple that were sitting to our right instead of to our left, and they were sitting in the sun, we would have, with the sun behind them, we would have seen the same thing. It's something that I think none of us really recognize when we talk what happens. And actually was surprising to me how far it went. So we do need to wear masks. We really do. And it's not for particularly our protection, it's protection of the people that we meet and we go past, because there are those people who can't contain themselves. They're the people that like to talk to you right up in your face. And even with social distancing, they start to move in closer and then move in a little bit closer and then move in a little bit closer. And at some point in time, the wall can't keep going back as you're talking to them. And you need to be protected, or you need to protect the other people. So we all need to be wearing masks. And
that's so observant. And, 3 years ago or even a year ago, you probably wouldn't even paid attention to that.
Would not have. And it was funny because I didn't even notice it. It took my wife elbowing me in the side and pointing for me to even pick up on it.
Right. And they, what people don't understand, and I know it's a closer projectile, a measurement, but the cell phones they used to have this thing that if the little dot turns red, then we won't fix your phone because it got, water damaged.
Mhm.
And my phone had never hit the wall, ever. My phone's in my purse or on my desk at all times. It's never dropped into a water by any. So when I took it in to get it repaired, they go, "Oh, your warranty's busted because it got wet." And I go, "No, it didn't." And he goes, "Yeah, it's right here, the little red dot." And I go, "Now that's through a lot of plastic too, right?" So the little red dot, he goes, "Well, it's actually from the moisture droplets of your mouth when you speak." I go, "So you guys know that this is going to get damaged with everyone unless you're wearing a headset all the time." So personally, I think that's where the earbuds came really popular. People caught on to that, right? And so you no longer had to put the phone up to your head. But that told me how much spit came out of our mouth or moisture came out of our mouth when we just spoke. I never feel it. I feel the steam, but I never feel moisture droplets. But I was reading an article about it not too long ago, because that's always got my curiosity since Corona. And the droplets can travel. And without coughing and without sneezing. Coughing and sneezing puts them at the rate of a car or a train. But just normal travel is whatever the wind is or air is circulating at. So I think we've been misinformed from day one, and maybe intentionally, because every time the press was asked the question, "Is it airborne?" they go, "Absolutely not." So, but scientifically, the word that the news people should have been asking, because I kept shouting out, of course, they can't hear me through the TV, so I'm trying to text them, "Ask if it's airborne, ask if it's airborne," or, but nobody would ask that word. And I'll guarantee you that word was forbidden. I mean, aerosol, ask if it's aerosol. I guarantee you somewhere they were told they couldn't ask if it was aerosol when they came into that room. But aerosol and airborne to me are the same thing, but they were typically correct when they were sitting there going, "Oh, it's not airborne." And you're going, aerosol is just as much as airborne as anything else. I don't know why you are doing this, because I had read the article where they stated that they knew coronavirus was aerosol. They weren't sure if it was airborne. And that's how they worded it. So immediately the government grabbed a hold of that terminology and used it to their benefit. And that hurt us. That didn't hurt anyone else. And to be honest about it, all they had to do was just say, we believe it's aerosol. Be careful. If you had heard the words, "We believe it was aerosol" in February, would you have been a little bit more careful to wear these? Yeah, absolutely.
And I have learned that, luckily for me, I have glasses, but it can even be transmitted through your eyes. So a lot of people, Rakesh, you can back me up on this. There are a lot of people who are wearing face masks now.
all those big shields.
Face guards.
If you go to a dentist, which, you know, I feel so bad for dentists, but if you go to a dentist, you know, they're from head to toe PPE now, right? With 2 layers of PPE because they're wearing eye shields and the shield and a mask and gloves, and, you know, I think they got the airtight.
I did have to go for some dental work recently, and he had a hard time getting through.
I know, right? Yeah,
It's very difficult on the poor dentist.
I know. What they have been doing, though, is for some patients they put on the eye shields, right?
Yep.
You put on eye shields.
They give me glasses to wear. Yeah.
And then because they have to get into your mouth, there is no way around it. But they've got a new suction device.
Yes, they did.
A brand new, and maybe we can get a dental person on to discuss all of these new tools that they're having to use now. But they do have a new suction device that they use when they clean your mouth. So they've had to, so think about this. The medical industry has had to reinvest in all of this. The dental industry, the eye care industry has had to as well, how they're treating their patients. When I go see my doctor, have to go in and do all of these new procedures of washing the hands, getting the mask, you know, all these things. Think about the expense that they have had to invest in to treat you. Do you think they're reimbursed?
No. They don't get reimbursed. No.
And there's hand sanitizers everywhere.
And the insurance only pays your doctor. Think about this. Your insurance only pays your doctor $10 per visit. Your insurance gets, I'm changed. In fact, I brought this up years ago. The doctors finally started to do that here. I told them I'd rather just pay you direct if you cut your rate from me. Instead, because I know that you're a doctor I come to locally anyway. You're not a doctor I'm going, why should I have to pay to an insurance agent and you're only getting $10? You know, I'm the insurance agent, you know, $30 a month, and the most you ever do is clean my teeth. You know, my family, sometimes they have to have fillings, but I've been blessed. You know, I might change as I get older, but, you know, it makes no sense. I'd rather give you the $70, right? And that's a heck of a lot cheaper than me paying $30 a month for a year. And I would also rather, you know, maybe pay you additional for x-ray, you know, whatever, than pay them. So they've started their own, each independent company around here has started their own insurance programs where you just pay them monthly. And I think that's brilliant because that's cutting the insurance man out, and they're able to adapt all of the money to your care, not to a man who's collecting a big fat check somewhere, right? And they're not,
excuse me.
And their medical plan also covers emergency. So they pretty much, what they did was set up their own insurance policy.
Right.
Which I thought, wow, that's smart. Because now all the money goes to them for all of the needs. They're not going bankrupt, and they're more apt to see me, right? Because I'm paying them direct as opposed to the insurance company, and they have to beat the insurance company up for it. So a lot of companies in our local area have changed over to this philosophy. The big organizations have not, because they cannot afford to, like hospitals and medical care centers. But I think eventually you'll see a change in that as well. So especially now that most of them are unifying together, like several hospitals in the area have merged, and they're now one name as opposed to several different entities.
Right. So one of the doctors, who's a friend of mine, was telling me that 30 years ago, he worked 5 days a week. He didn't, in his particular profession, he was a dermatologist. He didn't work on the weekends. And then he said, I still work 5 days a week, but I don't see patients for 5 days a week because all the paperwork I have to do for the insurance companies is so much, it takes up so much of his time that he didn't have the time to see the patients. So you know, what you're talking about will give the doctors more time to be able to spend with the patients and talk to them.
Exactly.
My doctor retired he was a good friend. I felt sorry for I was the first patient that would go to him. And because I knew that if I was meeting with George, we'd end up in a personal conversation and I'd be there for 45 minutes. Well, the new guy that I went to, it was 15 minutes, boom, 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 gone.
Yeah.
Because that's all the insurance company would pay for is 15 minutes. So
they're on a timeline to do numbers, not care. And I think that I'm going to be working on and inventing a new blockchain that is for doctors only. So all medical centers can sign up for it. So just like what they did locally, people can pay into this blockchain like an insurance policy, but it doesn't go to any middleman. It's blockchain, right? Like a Bitcoin.
Sure.
So when you go visit the doctor, the money just goes straight to him. There is what's great about Bitcoin, which people did not understand, is there's no middle handshaking.
Yep.
It's a handshake of a business transaction. Do something that person is paid, right? And there's it's almost like money in an escrow, right? And it's going to be cycling around and around and around all electronically. And supposedly people are not supposed to be able to hack the wallet, what's inside going around. But what I've been told, some wallets have been hacked. But I think too that might be the end user, like maybe somebody got their password, they left it written down somewhere, or they were slightly careless with, their other devices where they were able to see your password.
I know this is probably a social republic of Northern California idea, but wouldn't a single payer system solve that problem, get the middleman out?
That's what I want to do. Everybody says when I bring it up, a lot of the Republican Party hates it because they go, "Oh, that's Democratic," and I'm like, "No, this is a solution. I'm not Democrat or Republican. This is a solution. It's a one pay-in system, just very similar to me to what would be Medicare, right?" Because one of the things my doctors told me was, "Gee, I wish you were on Medicaid or Medicare because they pay." And they don't, but because, Blue Cross Blue Shield and all of the other insurance companies, they have to fight for their payments. They have to, but so one payment system. And then what you do to manage doctors' honesty and making sure that they're practicing fair, there is a commissioner. Do we ever use it? No, we use insurance companies. But there is a commissioner for healthcare doctors to make sure that they're doing their practices right. And if you have a problem with their practice, did they do malpractice, you go see them. And we've allowed the insurance companies to control our healthcare, not our management of money of healthcare, but our healthcare. Yes, Ankit.
So I was just concerned how we can get the insurance covered, because if you're directly talking to the doctor, the insurance companies and the pharmacy companies, they might get upset because they are not getting the data and they're not getting the right process, and they wanted to involve in the process, and that's how they get money.
I'm cutting the insurance company.
Yeah,
I know, but you know that you need to have insurance in USA, and how that will work.
I'm going to a one payment system, so it would be just like paying into Medicare or Medicaid, but it's into a blockchain. And maybe set up Medicare or Medicaid into a blockchain, but healthcare now becomes a one payment system. So people pay into the blockchain like you would monthly for insurance, right? So your blockchain now becomes your insurance policy. So if everyone's paying in every month a certain amount of their check, like you would if you say every time you went to the gas tank and you pay tax on every dollar that you spend on gas, right? That tax dollar goes to something that actually goes into somebody's pocket. But what I want to do is if, for all of us, we pay into a healthcare system. Our healthcare system isn't a healthcare system. It's an insurance system, right? That insurance, we're led to believe we're really stupid people. We're led to believe that it covers everything. But if you add up, you pay a premium, right? A monthly payment, which, if you paid into Medicare or Medicaid, that's a monthly payment, right? And we do that anyway. We have to pay into that anyway. So if you pay a premium of $700 a month, your deductible is $7,000 a year, which that actually exists, right? So $700 a month plus $7,000 a year deductible. That means that you have to spend $7,000 before. So I would have rather had gone to my doctor 20 times and paid him $100 a time, or $200, or even $300. Add it up. If I went to my doctor 20 times, I mean, how much would I have done before I hit the deductible? Let's do that. So I have to pay
350 times.
Right. So why wouldn't I rather just pay direct into a payment system that pays my doctor directly, who says, you know what, I'm $50 a visit. I'm $60 for a shot, like they're doing up here right now at one of the care centers.
But Rakesh, doesn't that sound logical?
The insurance system is built on the model of actuarial science, which was used again, as you say, 18th century stuff. 18th, it is no longer necessary. If you have blockchain, you don't need it. What Kimberly's saying is absolutely logical, sensible, and much more profitable for the end user. There's no two ways about it. Actuarial science is statistics and a lot of obfuscation, which is not necessary in today's times because you have so much of data. It's a data-rich society. You don't need that statistical cushion that you build into actuarial science because you have so much of throughput of data, So you don't need this. What she's saying is spot on.
So if I went to the doctor, say if we use that formula, and I went to the doctor and paid him $300 per visit, I would get 51 visits. Wow. If I paid him $300 per visit, but I know that they don't charge that. Up here, they're charging anywhere from $50 to $100 per visit. And then, like if you need a shot, it's $60. If you need a prescription, they charge you for the prescription writing, right? And then they make a deal with the prescription pharmacy next door so that you can get it at a discount. It becomes a local thing. Now, what happened was the Obamacare did not like that system, and they were trying to abolish it by saying, if you don't get insurance, then you have to pay you have to pay the taxes, $7,000 a year. So if you fail to get any insurance, you pay another penalty. So they turned around and they call this a community insurance plan. And you pay into the center what they asked for is $500 a year. The center said, pay us monthly, $500 a year, and then we'll treat you at $50 to $100 per treatment, and $60 for shots and whatever. So,
but Rakesh, we can't even get rid of the electoral college system.
Yes,
yeah, that's true.
Blockchain should knock away two totally useless institutions: banks and insurance companies,
and voting.
Yeah, and
voting.
If you could, even the upper houses that we have, like the Senate in the US, the Rajya Sabha in India, the House of Lords, all of these can be eliminated by using the kind of computers that are available with teraflops per second, and it is all that is stopping us is this 6 inches between our ears, that's what's stopping us. We are enslaved by these people who, as I told you, there's one fellow who gets $300,000 a day. A day, it's just it's daylight robbery
for insurance, right?
But Kim,
because insurance is nothing more than
a pool of money based on chances. It's like gambling.
Well, it's a false sense of security. It's a false sense of security. When people go, I got insurance, they feel like they're being blanketed and covered, and they're not.
Until they go bankrupt.
They're not.
Exactly.
Until they go bankrupt, yeah.
And Kim, there's a difference between individual insurance and a group insurance and a corporate insurance and the insurance covered for the government people. And if you compare the prices, the premium, they are way much different. So if a government person is paying $1 for maybe $1,000, you might end up paying for $300 for the $1,000 cover. So that means there is a big, there's a big margin or there's
That's
something
why we
which is
one
going on.
system.
And, yeah.
That's system.
Not-
One system
yeah.
would eliminate all of that. It would make it all equal, and it would not go bankrupt. That
Yeah.
system would
Also-
never go bankrupt.
And also, when we talk about healthcare and insurance, there are a couple of industries which comes in. So whenever you visit the hospital, you need to make sure that your documents are ready and reach out to the TPA, and then TPA will talk to the insurance company, and then insurance company will again go back to the TPA, and then the TPA will cover all the details of the hospital, and then you'll get your money back. So there are 4 channels, and those people, they don't have your details and they don't have your reports, and then you have to make sure all your reports are ready with them, and they will get the reports on time. And if something will happen, you have to bear it. If there's something will happen, you have to bear it.
It's
And
a
also-
most efficient system.
It gets worse. It gets
And
worse.
also-
But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And also came when you pay $7,000 a year and you are not getting any claims, or you haven't applied for any claims on that year, you're not getting anything back. You have to
That's
again
right.
pay $1,000. But that money, if that money is going to the insurance company, they might earn around $15,000 out of that $7,000. But they are not giving you anything back. And the best part
No,
is
but-
that whenever you are ill, whenever you have some problem, they might say no to you as well. They won't give you any
Yeah.
bonuses. They won't give you any dividends. There's
And they
nothing.
do.
I mean,
And they
it's
do
always
things.
give me money, and I won't give you anything. Yeah.
So hear this situation out, which really I wish I had forethought this a little bit better, but our insurance expires, the group insurance that we have because of being laid off expires in July, right? And I've known this, and I've been trying to get a coverage, and we were told we could go on what they call COBRA. That's the oops, if you lose your job, we'll keep you. Obama says we will make sure you want. So my insurance up till now is $200 a month. It's okay. So, but when COBRA takes over, if I want to stay, I have to pay $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
Now, what happened was in the course of from January, see, they won't let me roll my deductible. So what happens is from the course of January till now, I spent my deductible. In other words, I built it, right? So I've already spent the deductible, so I should be getting free care now. So I've already hit my $4,000 deductible since the first of the year. My $4,000 deductible has been met, and I should but instead but I have to go to this new insurance plan. They reset the deductible. It's 4 times as high, and my premium is $2,000 a month. So I went to our social services and said, I can't afford $2,000 a month. What can you help me find? Now, see, I shouldn't have to go begging for insurance anywhere. I shouldn't. But the thing is they take advantage of you because of the Obama bill. If you don't have insurance for 1 month out of the year, you have to pay a penalty of $7,000.
Wow.
Well, an Obama bill was not,
So,
but it was progress.
and
And I think we're making steps towards a single payer system. But the one percenters do not have anything to worry about, because if you don't get covered to your satisfaction, you can go to Canada and get whatever medical attention you need. You can go to Germany and get any medical attention you need. What we're talking about is the 99% of the people here. Then if they have a single payer system, it will work out better for them.
Yeah.
But Jim, I gave the example. Maybe you weren't here.
So I shouldn't have to reset my deductible. I have to.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I was going to say my daughter-in-law was riding her bike to Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My daughter-in-law was riding her bike in Toronto to work. Okay.
Yes.
She had to veer out of the way to avoid a car that pulled in front of her. She had a trolley track flipped up in the air, broke her elbow. Okay. As she left one. If she had been here in the United States, she would have been operated on that day. But she was in Canada under socialized medicine. So you say you can go to Canada, you can go to Germany, you can go to England, but there are people in England. I don't know about Germany, but England and Canada, who are waiting months to get to get surgeries that they need because they can't get them. And so they come here to the United States to do that. So instead of my daughter-in-law waiting 9 days, if she had been here, she would have gotten her surgery right away. But I want to also make a point about the insurance companies, and I may, if I get a phone call, have to get off. But when I was in the healthcare business, when I was told by some people who had worked for one of the major insurance companies that every claim that was submitted, the people who were working on the claims were told that claim was to go into the circular file, and you would call and you would say to them, and this was a big insurance company, okay, and this is what they told their claims people to do, okay. They will go unnamed, but you would call and they would say to you, well, I'm going through all my claims here. I can't file the claim. Please resubmit it. And you would resubmit it, and it went into the circular file. And then the thing they told me, oh yeah, Jim, you do need that. You do need the patch on your head when you hear this. Then they had 2 computer systems, 2 computer databases. So one database showed that you submitted a claim, and when the insurance commissioners came in, if there was a complaint, they could, well, we have it here in our system. We did get the claim, but they were working off of the other computer system that didn't show the claim. I mean, what the insurance companies do at times is ridiculous. Also, because we were in it is because we were in the healthcare business at the time, and we treated we did treat some Medicare people. We had to file a Medicare report, so everybody hyped their costs because the way the reimbursements worked at the time was basically based upon the average of all the costs. Okay, and so many of the costs were fallacious. So when Medicare looked at them, they would say, okay, now the new and the Medicare set basically the standards for the reimbursement for each category. So what you do, you submit your report, your cost report, and the costs would go up. And next year you would submit a claim based upon all these fallacious cost claims that people were submitting. I mean, the system is so broken. It's
true.
It's unfortunate. But anyway.
And thank you for sharing that story, because a lot of the world, they are clueless on the backdrop of what was going on and still going on inside the insurance industry. It was one of the reasons why a lot of doctors had to hire a lot of admin rather than put their money back into their medical care.
Mm-hmm.
They had to hire a lot of admin to fight the insurance companies. And
Sure.
And that should have never happened. So if we go to a one payment system and it's a blockchain theory, there is no arguing it. If the doctor treated you, it's in the system, period. And you might have to give your thumbprint that you went to the doctor that day, because there will be people who try to cheat it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
there's going to have to be some pure ID, what I call pure ID certification. And that's, definitely, and we were kind of heading that way a few years ago, where Duke University required me to use my whole hand scan when I checked in to make sure that I was Kim Calhoun, or the one particular Kim Calhoun, because there were 3. And we were all the same age.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Popular name. Yeah. Yeah. All 3 patients at Duke. 2 of us, I think close to the same birthday. And I'm like, are you sure you just don't have me registered twice or something, so no, we had to go to a handprint. So when we checked in, so there are pure identification certification applications that we could be using. And I think if we go to a one payment system, I think it can be done. and to be healthier. Oh my God, just think about it. And I'm curious about why other countries cannot treat people faster. Is it because that there's a lack of medical professionals?
No, it's because it's a government system where there's a queue. If you have a private medical insurance, like in New Zealand, we have the government one where medical is free, but that's where you have to wait. If you join Southern Cross, which is a not-for-profit insurance company, and it's a cooperative, it's a genuine cooperative, the prices are not crazy, then you would get treatment on the spot. So it's a funny world, and New Zealand is lucky because it has Southern Cross. But if we were invaded by American insurance companies, we would be in the same position. I use the term invaded because these people are buccaneers. The directors of these companies. Anyone who's been a director in the last 50 years, in an insurance company in any capitalist country or any other country, needs to be put in jail straight away for 10 years. Because
I agree.
Robbed people. They've robbed people.
They rob people of not just money, but of life.
Life, health,
they rob
stress.
Everything. So, like when I paid a high premium for my insurance, right? I was at the February before I was given the right to have an MRI because the insurance company had to approve it.
Kim, what I believe is that we should give power to our family doctors, and also that insurance and also that insurance consultation or insurance recommendation should be come from the doctor, because we have a lot of insurance people, and insurance is the one industry which is the most missell and most corrupt. I won't say corrupt, but it's most difficult industry to handle, because people like me, we start insurance and I'm not sure about what is cardiac and what is nephro and what is this and what is that. But I will say you that please buy this insurance and you will be covered, and I will show you a lot of dreams and all those things. But when you go for a claim, it's like this. Now, secondly, as Lynn said that what they do with the money with insurance and things like that. So they bail out their own companies. They bail out or they finance their own sister concern companies. And they do a lot of liaising for government and for people. And then from our money, they get themselves treated. They get themselves all the best medical facilities, whatever they can. So that's what they're doing. And they're earning from your money, which is something they're not returning back in form of any dividend or anything like that. And the important part is that all the big companies, they're looking for a big punch of premium from corporate, from governments, and for a lot of big companies or big organizations and big NGOs. But when it comes to individual insurance, they charge 50% of the amount, which is as compared to the group insurance, and which is too high. And if you buy an insurance in India, it's very high, and if you don't have a good insurance, then you won't be able to go to a private doctor. And then if you go to a government hospital, there is no money required, because most of the government hospitals are free of cost in India. They don't charge anything. So it's a vicious cycle, and I think people just to earn a lot of money, they have a lot of insurance. And I think in India we have around 50 insurance companies who are working in the healthcare industry, and none of them I am being satisfied of. And I've been closely working with them, but it's a difficult process, or it's difficult to change the process, because everyone is interested to get that money and get the thing done. And the most important part is that once you get as an advisor or as an agent, you get 30% commission if you close one deal, and that's a big amount.
That itself is an indication of the corruption. If they can afford to pay 30%, that is an indication of the corruption. What must be done to stop this is to fix the number of clients that an insurance company can have.
I think we just need to eliminate insurance companies and go to a one-payment system.
I believe that we should go for the family doctor, and that doctor should give you a figure that you have to go for this insurance and something like that.
Doctor, the family doctor. So she's right. The company has to go.
Yeah, certainly.
And I know that every system, even in the medical system, there are corruption, right? Some doctors have figured out a way to cheat insurance. Like they would have fake clients, fake patients, and they filled out forms for fake patients for years and sent it in and collected money on fake patients. So, I mean, so there's always going to be a system, right? But in blockchain, you can kind of correct that a lot. One, I'm not going to access, the doctor can't make a fake Kim Calhoun came into my office if I moved the blockchain myself, right? I have to say I'm here in his office. So my blockchain payment moves to him. So, and that's the way it needs to work. And I've been thinking this through for years because we need to, this bubble needs to pop. this needs to go away because the only people, there is no health care. Obamacare, what a false illusion. What if, I mean, Copperfield wasn't this great. To sit there and go, Obamacare's for what? You know, when I read the 3,672 pages, all I could see was a monopoly of insurance. When you force people to buy insurance or penalize them, that's a monopoly. That's also wrong. No law in the country should force you to buy a commercial product or punish you. And I know that's the U.S. I don't know how it is in India. I guess in other countries, if you don't have, it's your choice. If you don't have insurance, right, it's your choice. In the U.S., it's not your choice. In the U.S., it is not your choice. And then what happened was we lost all of our good insurance companies. They all left, like Jefferson Pilot, gone. Jefferson Pilot was the best insurance company ever. And I never had a returned claim with Jefferson Pilot. Never. They paid
but Kim, also based on your disease and based on how serious you are or what's your age group, there should be capping of insurance as well. Because if there is no capping, people end up paying. I mean, there is no limit, so they will pay anything for the insurance premium, and then they will have to wait for the claims. And also, same goes with a person is in Delhi is suffering from diabetes. Same as a person in a rural area who is suffering from diabetes. If you talk about insurance, they have different premium and different insurance. So there is no standard.
Right. And in the U.S., I just reviewed insurance claims the other day just to take a look at what was available because I have to get something soon. And it's so vast and confusing, you can easily get screwed. If you're, I mean, one, they can immediately drop your doctors, right? Well, then I am really screwed because I only have one doctor in the world that does my disease, and he's right here at Duke. So if the insurance company decides, well, we're not going to pick him anymore, then I don't get coverage. So now I'm paying an insurance company $700 a month, and they're not covering me for anything.
It's just
so that's one of the biggest problems. That's why I think the one payment plan. Yeah, that's why I think one payment plan would be perfect. We're now equal. We're now equal for healthcare, right? And a doctor can spend 20 minutes with you or an hour with you. It's his choice, right? But we become equal. They don't have to fight. I think we could do it globally. And that way, if I go to India, right? So, or you can break it down to prices. And if you're a person who does everything locally, then, you know, these local doctors to choose from on the blockchain. And, you know, you pay $100 a month, whatever, $300 a month, right? But I thought it odd that the local community center who sees thousands of patients a week, they went to the system where you pay $500 a year so that you're considered having insurance, and they're still making a profit, right? They're seeing the patients at $100 a patient, $100 a visit. They're still making a profit. So, and no, you know, they would take insurance, but that's not what they're set up for. They're set up for the people who can't afford to buy group insurance plans. So,
but Kim, we can do is we can have a prepaid health insurance investment kind of a pool, basically, where you'll put money in your account, and that money will be invested somewhere by the insurance company or by the fund manager. And whenever you want, you can, I mean, take back some money and pay to the doctor, and then it will go like this forever. so that you have a bigger pool of corpus for your healthcare.
I don't want insurance involved. I don't want the word insurance involved with my
because what happens, Ankit, is that corpus is artificially inflated to put a burden on you and give a very fat paycheck to the man handling the money. You see, that's where her idea of blockchain keeps the corpus, because with blockchain, information is available to you as the customer. So you can always see what is your contribution to the corpus, and you can do the cost benefit there. But when you have a system where it goes into a corpus, then automatically there's lack of accountability. So with that lack of accountability, that's where the rip-off starts.
Rakesh, I'm talking about blockchain and your corpus. I'm not talking about the company corpus.
Yeah, that's what she's doing. That's what her plan is. Exactly that.
Yeah.
I'm totally with you on that, Kimberly.
So
what I'm trying to say is that I'm 37 right now. So at the age of 50, if I can collect 50 lakh rupees, or if I can collect 1 million for my Medicare, I know that my corpus is 1 million, and then I can utilize it at any point of time, instead of paying $7,000 or $10,000 annually.
So right now, presently, when we pay into what we call Medicare, which we can't touch until we either have a disability or something, but we have to pay every month. What is it, 20% or something stupid into it, and that's what you're talking about, and it adds up every year, right? And so by the time I retire, I put in, they keep up how much I put in, right? So by the time I retired, I probably put in about 100,000, 200,000. That doesn't mean that that's how much I get moving forward. When I retire, I'm supposed to get just Medicare is supposed to cover me. I'm supposed to pay X amount every month for something stupid, but used to it would cover you, right? So then there was the HRSA, Healthcare Forward Future System, right? And you paid into it like what you were talking about every month for the rest of your life. And when you retire, it was there when you move forward, right? But again, that's money that you may never see, because if you die, it's gone. Your family doesn't get to use it. It's just gone. So then there was the pay forward every year, right? You pay extra money into it every year based on what you think your diabetes treatments are and things like that. And then it would take out of that account, right? And supposedly earn interest rate. But at the end of the day, if you didn't spend it all, you lost it. So you paid in extra for care that you didn't get. So who got that money? It wasn't people who needed the care. It was the guy sitting at the big chair going, I get that extra money. So I think we just pay in to a system like an insurance policy. Because let me explain to you, and Lynn might remember this, but back in the day, when you went to visit a doctor and the insurance wasn't involved, the doctor visit was pretty darn cheap. You know?
Yeah.
He may have had one assistant, he may not. He pretty much kept up his own book. And he may have had a nurse, right? But pretty darn cheap, maybe $10 a visit, you know.
Well,
and then if you had to go to the hospital, the biggest expense was probably the $100, $100. If I went to the hospital for an X-ray not too long ago, and that X-ray cost me $7,000. That hospital visit cost me $7,000 one day. It was like a 4-hour visit. I sat in the lobby, waited, got there. $7,000 for what? So it doesn't need to be that expensive. At the end of the day, that X-ray should only cost.
Well, Kimberly, I'm old enough to remember those days when we had a family doctor.
$100. Yeah, thank you. Woo, painful. But medical care is one thing. Medical cost is another. And yeah. That's why we got those patches.
Kim, I'll tell you what happened in India. So whenever you want to open hospital, you'll get a free land from government. because they wanted to develop a lot of
Are you?
hospitals. So they gave you a
No.
big land free of cost.
Okay.
Okay, now
I think that there is an answer. We're not seeing it. I just think that we don't need the insurance companies, because what that will do is force people to go out.
That's your call, Lynn.
No,
No?
actually, I don't know whether it is yet or not. That was, I still haven't gotten a response. It was supposed to be a Zoom at 12, and I haven't heard from the
Now
lady,
what?
so we'll find out. But one thing, Kimberly, that there are two things
You
that I
lost
think have
him.
raised the cost here in the
Rick-
United States. We can sort of hear you, but two things. One thing is HIPAA. HIPAA has really, really added to the cost of record keeping
So
and
we need you-
I'm sorry,
Kimberly's a little glitchy.
garbled.
Go ahead, Lynn.
And the second thing is the free care. People go to emergency rooms and treat emergency rooms like they're their primary physician. And our local hospital, that's been a major issue with people coming out of the city of Philadelphia, going to our local hospital, and basically clogging up the especially on weekends. I mean, you can almost not get through the emergency room on weekends because they're full.
You know why they do that?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Do you know why they do that?
Answer the question.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I was just wondering if you had an answer to it, because what I discovered was that, especially the people who are immigrants from here, they get free medical care if you go through the emergency room, and if you can prove that you don't have the money to pay for any kind of care. Right. So the poverty, that's why I want to close that gap between poverty and sustainability, because you will prevent those kind of things. But people of poverty learned, even police officers, I hate saying this, but some of the police officers learned through their work that it was cheaper to wait and go in on the weekends to the emergency room and claim you have no income to cover it, and then they would wipe your bill clean.
Wow. Well,
and they do, and because in an emergency situation, supposedly they're not to turn anybody away. Private hospitals can, but the community type hospitals cannot turn, but they cannot burden somebody with a bill. And if you think about it as an emergency, you don't pay up front going in, you pay coming out.
Well, Kimberly,
exactly.
And all you have
whether there was a solution, and I think you've identified the solution. It's just a question of implementing it. And Rakesh, I wanted to ask you, because my best friend is married to a Kiwi, and her family isn't very happy with the healthcare system in New Zealand either. What do you have to say on behalf of New Zealand?
Yeah, it is a problem when you want the government healthcare. With Southern Cross, normally the only delay, there are two issues with healthcare. One is the quality of healthcare, and one is the timeliness of healthcare. For timeliness, you have if you join up with Southern Cross, which is again a monopoly because it's a not-for-profit, then you're fine. I was with Southern Cross, then while I came to Hong Kong, I messed up and I lost that policy. So I'm literally in hot water. But with Southern Cross, you get treatment on the spot. If you're depending on just the government free treatment, then you would you would be unhappy because you have to wait years sometimes for a knee replacement or a hip replacement and things like that. Elective surgeries even longer. But if you had some kind of, there are for-profit insurance companies which are they have to, I don't know whether it's there, but we have an insurance ombudsman in New Zealand, and they have to tell what is their rate of payment of claims.
Yeah.
So when you pay for
IRT.
when you book, the salesman comes to you, the insurance salesman comes to you, he has to tell you what is the rate of payment of this thing as on that year and a couple of years before. So if you know that, then that's a sort of an index of where to place your money. This is what I've understood. Now, I've been out of New Zealand for about 7 years now, so I don't know whether anything's changed, but this is what it was. And I think, if I can go back to Southern Cross and somehow get my Southern Cross reactivated, I took that when I was not diabetic and just hypertensive. Now I'm diabetic, so chances of my getting it are pretty low. But what I'm planning to do is just build a corpus of funds for myself, which I can put into a bank or somewhere, and when I need it, I will, use it. Or alternatively, if I qualify as a permanent resident of Hong Kong, I could come back to Hong Kong and get treatment. And actually, Hong Kong doctors are better than New Zealand doctors.
Wow! So that's impressive to learn. I'd always heard New Zealand was the best place in the world to retire to. And,
yes, a good place to retire, but if you have to get treatment there,
not good.
Yeah, not so good.
I've just gotten to wonder about all of this because healthcare shouldn't be a massive chore. I do know that we're, going to be cutting our throats here real soon because we don't have enough doctors practicing and learning to become doctors to sustain the population growth that we have. It's really devastating for me to watch that. And we don't encourage it, but rather we encourage people to sit fat, dumb, and happy, as someone always says around here, at a desk collecting insurance and throwing them into a circular file, deny, deny, deny. So I think we need to disrupt the current 18th century practices and come up with something that is an alternative for true healthcare. Right, yeah. True healthcare. Yes, thank you.
And Kim, what a lot of students do this, they become student and they keep on falling on a student status to keep that insurance live, which is the cheapest insurance in the world.
Yeah.
And I've seen those people in US.
That is
okay, that's a false illusion. I know what you're talking about.
So you have to game the system somehow.
Right, as long as you're a student, but you have to be like a full-time student. You have to maintain on you can maintain on your parents' insurance until you're 24. So as long as, but why have an insurance system or a healthcare system where somebody wants to maintain on their parents' insurance policy till they're 24? This is the argument I had. Why not have the insurance so any student? What if a student doesn't have parents to get that, right? And they don't offer just a student alone a group insurance policy. So that program is so that children can ride on their parents' insurance policy until they're 24. Once they turn 24, though, and I'm talking about the day, it's cut, gone. So
and it's not a good idea to game the system, as Jim says. It's just if just
hard.
You want a system where you reward the guy who follows the spirit of the system.
Yeah.
If you have a system where you encourage people to defeat or vitiate the purpose of the thing, then that's not worth being a system.
Obama came out.
Also, I'll give you one more recent example. The COVID testing in India was happening for a few thousand rupees earlier, and then government capped it for 4,500 rupees, which is close to $50, and now government recapped it for $25, and still the private companies, they're making money. So now you can imagine, at $25 also they're still making money. That means that it's a big margin business and everyone is getting a pie of it. It's just that you want a bigger pie or a smaller pie, and also how we can make it as a community built up rather than the profitable company, because doctors are not getting anything. We don't have a medical good infrastructure. If you ask me how many hospitals we have more private hospitals than government hospitals, and then those also don't have much amount of infrastructure as compared to what we have around it. And also the important part is that they are not building new medical infrastructure surroundings, maybe in rural areas or maybe highways or things like that. And everything is going to a person who was an investor in a company, and they bought a land free of cost. They bought a land free of cost from the government, and they're getting a lot of money out of it. And all the insurance companies and all the medical hospitals, it runs under an umbrella company, which is a non-profit organization.
I mean, it is a scam for the wealthier to get wealthier. I mean, come on. I mean, how many people can say I can afford? So that the land free was for people to come to them to say, we're going to build a hospital. So the government didn't build the hospital. What they did was they gave you that land for free, right? So then what you had to do is, okay, I have this land. I have an investor group that can build the hospital. So where does your money come from? And a lot of times you can just go get the land first, saying that you're going to get the investor group. There's a little bit of handshaking, right? Chicken and egg. So now you go to the wealthiest of the wealthiest. We own the land. Woo! Do we own this land? And now we're going to build a private hospital, right? The hospital isn't for the people. The land was given to be taking care of the people. That was the whole purpose. But at the end of the day, I hate saying this, and I don't want to get in trouble for this, but I'd like to know how many government officials who gave that land away have their pockets in building the hospital. I'm just curious.
You're going to get audited again, Kimberly. You talk like that, you're going to get audited again.
I'm already. I'm under so much hot water right now. There's not enough.
But you rightly said that it happened because everyone who was in the deal, they are human beings and they want their own profit at some point of time.
Uncle, it's a slightly different thing, because when they started this, there were a lot of doctors who were asking the government for jobs.
Yeah.
So the government said, and they said that we can't afford to buy land, we can't do this. So the government said, you as a private doctor, take this land free, set up your thing. You have to give a certain number of beds for the economically challenged. That was the philosophy. I know this because my uncle was a doctor and he wanted to set up something in India, but he had some other chaos, and then he went off to Malaysia finally. But this was the philosophy. But what happened was, as you said, investors got involved. They said, we fund you, Mr. Doctor, and but you need to get so many other doctors, and then it became a racket. And then the economically challenged thing, the beds were there, but they were never available for the economically challenged because it was used somewhere else. And no auditing.
I completely agree, Rakesh, but that was the policy which government set up. But now it's not. I mean, no one is following that policy, and that's what the system has changed. I'll give you one short example. I was at Uttarakhand at one of the hill stations, and there I found out there is no clinic, there is no hospital, there is no doctor. So if you have a fever, you have to go 50 or 70 kilometers down the road to find a doctor. And I was surprised why you don't have maybe a mobile hospital or something like an ambulance kind of a thing where doctor will come and see patients every Sunday or whatever it is, or maybe a doctor on call and doctor can fly through a helicopter. But they have funds, but there is no conviction and no one wants to do that.
You see who are the chief ministers. Look at who the chief ministers are. They are people with fourth grade education.
Yeah.
They have reached chief ministers because they can shoot a gun or kill somebody and not get away without getting caught.
Or as Nick would say, they're stupid.
So
it just cuts through all the garbage, Jim.
They have learned how to beat the judicial system in India. We have judges who think that they have all the time in the world to deliver justice. You might have seen some of my Facebook posts because of that. It's my anger against the judges of India who just live in an ivory tower. Not you guys. You guys actually do a fairly good job, I would say. I don't know. But compared to India, definitely a good job.
Here's the reports that we get over in India. I'm not sure if it's true or not. They say if you file a lawsuit there, it takes about 10 years to hear the case.
No, 50.
It's not 10 years.
How long?
It's 10 plus X. 10 into X.
Heading to egg.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
that should be really great, because if you feel like you're going to get sued or you do something nefarious, just form your corporation in India, and then they say, "I'm going to sue you," and you go, "Come get some. We'll see you like in the next century."
Yeah.
It's time so that they do your generation, next
Your
generation.
grandchildren might get rich. If they
Exactly. Yeah, but you know what? I want to share with you guys about one of the places we haven't discussed is Mexico for medical care. And my son got stuck down there without insurance, and he was nervous, and they don't take insurance in Mexico. And he was very, very sick, and he was scared that he wouldn't get any treatment, because you hear these horror stories of government controlled systems where you don't get treatment like you hear about in other countries, that you have to wait. And they sent a doctor to him immediately.
That's
right?
not right.
And they treated him, and not just immediately, but they came back to visit him every so often. His full bill was, because he felt like he needed to pay something, was $6. They prescribed him medication because he left his medications at home, and he said he paid less than $8-10 for the medication. So, and it would have been hundreds of dollars for that medication. Here it's hundreds of dollars.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Bottle of medication, and he said, "Mom, the doctor even came back to visit me, and make sure I was okay." And so it was. He didn't have to. Like Kids talking about drive so many kilometers to a facility. The doctor came to them. So I think that there's ways to do and increase medical care, and get systems back together again the way they were back in the day, and still have revolutionized medical care, right? This medical care shouldn't have gotten out to where it is, where a doctor can't spend more than 5 minutes with you a day.
Well, no,
and
systems are horrible. I mean,
$7,000 for a visit.
Kimberly, I know I live in the Socialist Republic of Northern California, but I wonder is there a global solution to this? Because when we deal with it as a country, we deal with Malaysian problems, we deal with the New Zealand problems, and we deal with problems in India, and we deal with problems in the United States and Canada. And, maybe there's a system that we could put on that takes care of everyone, everywhere.
It's called getting the doctors to unite. So you get all of the doctors to unite outside of the form of insurance and insurance regulation, not medical care regulation, but insurance. You get all the doctors to unite and say that I will accept this platform. And we know that in every country, or even city, or even community, the costs are going to be a little bit different because they have to pay more for their properties, right? But there is if you develop this ability to be able to track that and make sure that they're not overcharging, overbilling. But you get into a system like that, they all agree to a certain price, right? And they don't exceed that price. Yeah. And the medical care is back the way it was.
Well, Nick loves to stomp on my dreams.
It's as they say on Pawn Stars, that ain't happening. Okay, it just ain't gonna happen.
Who makes
in your lifetime, Jim? In your lifetime, it ain't gonna happen. Okay, you'll be dead, buried, and many centuries will pass before you see reform in the medical system here in the United States that actually makes any form of sense. Okay, so as long as you can live with that, as long as you can live with the reality that nothing good will happen, then you'll be happy.
Well, we never dealt with the economic costs in our financial systems until our rivers started to burn. And then all of a sudden people woke up and they said, hey, maybe we ought to make you pay for putting pollution into our rivers. And
what a novel idea, But the thing is,
all of a sudden we woke up. There's an environmental cost.
Here's the stats. Let's just look at some of the facts, not all, but some. What country has more deaths than any other country in the world due to coronavirus?
USA. Okay.
Next question, counselor. Counselor, what is the most expensive medical system in the world, bar none?
USA.
Okay, so there you go. Okay, so the thing is, how can we be the most expensive and purportedly the best when we have the worst result? We can't. Okay, the problem is, and I've gone through this over the internet, when I post these facts, people go, oh, these aren't facts. Okay, it is facts. I mean, it just is what it is. Okay, it's just like this. We believe we have the best educational system in the world. PISA says we don't. Okay, go look at the PISA scores. We're like way down there, 30, 13 at best. We don't even make the top 10. We sometimes make the top 30. So here's what really is going on, Jim. The people in the United States are delusional.
And stupid?
And stupid. Yeah, of course. The thing is, it goes with the territory. And so the thing is, if you think for even 1 minute that you by yourself in what they call it, the communist world of Silicon Valley, the socialist, the socialist nation of Silicon Valley, you by yourself are going to make a difference. You are delusional. It ain't going to happen. Okay, so what you have to do is accept the reality of what it is and be happy. Okay, and here's the reality. We are, what do I say? We're stupid. A little bit arrogant and stupid. Okay, so the thing is, that's kind of it.
And we're hooked on this. Give me a pill and fix me.
Oh yeah, fix me. But we do know here's what's going to happen if you could bet on it. And then Sasha, well, he's hanging out back there, and I don't know how you make your bets on this. Okay, I'm betting. I'll bet heavily. There's going to be. Yeah, 5 crowns. Okay, there's going to be more coronavirus deaths in the United States. I'm going to bet heavily. Oh, by the way, there was a new treatment that just came out today.
Let's do a game on this. Let's do that. Let's bet on who's going to be the highest rate in the next week.
Oh, I don't want to bet on how many deaths we have. I'm sorry.
Not yet. No,
the bet should be on which country will get the vaccination first. That should be the bet.
That's a better one.
Which country gets the vaccination first?
Well, there has been a new
anyone can make up, I have a vaccine and it's not real. So I'm not going to bet on that. I'm not going to bet on the deaths, but what I would bet on are how many tests we're doing versus how many are infected. I would do that. I'm not going to bet on the deaths because I don't think that that's nice. But I think that ignorance and stupidity are playing in the realm of who's leading this game. I agree with Nick on that one.
Yeah, right. And the thing is, right now we're at 120. And see, my prediction is 200 to 250. And if in Las Vegas, if you could do an over-under, I'd bet the over on 200. But the thing is,
a question: how many people are actually allowed to go to Trump's rally now? Because he was crying that he had 800,000 tickets sold, and they wouldn't.
Who cares?
Let's bet on that one. Well, this is why I care. That's 800,000 people. That's how high the rate will go up in 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks,
I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be. Well, the thing is, I don't think 800,000 people live in Tulsa.
Yeah,
it's not that big of a city.
I think you're right, Nick, because I heard that he's giving the tickets out free.
Yeah.
So
and Rakesh, you get what you pay for, right? You get what you pay for. What would you say the price of the tickets were? You get what you pay for. What's the price of the tickets?
That's around number.
Okay, so you get what you pay for. I mean, yeah, but it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea.
You have to sign a waiver.
But at least he postponed it. He postponed it. He had it in the worst day in Tulsa's history. One of the worst days in Tulsa's history.
What's the worst day in Tulsa's history? What are you talking about?
Remember in 1921, I think it was, there was the black Wall Street was overrun and torched, and it was
I don't remember that. I never studied that in Southern history at all.
Oh, that's
right. Yeah, it never hit my history books. It's like India. India really doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get real. India doesn't exist.
To the end of the chapter, but
it's not part of Epcot Center. And if India is not part of Epcot Center, and you have to go cross 2 ponds to get there, okay, it doesn't really exist. Ankit exists somehow, and he says there's this place called New Delhi, but we don't study Indian history here. It doesn't even.
Tried to find a shorter route to it in the 15th century,
and they couldn't find it because it doesn't exist.
Joke's on you, Nick. And it's been in a hotel down the road for the last month. filming.
Yeah, in reality, everybody who's listening to this just realize Ankit's just the hotel down the street. It can't be from India because it doesn't exist.
That's on us. So there you go. Exit beams in every day from I used to do from a hotel somewhere.
Okay, all right, yeah. Tell me about Indian history.
Down in there, Kimberly.
Okay, and we know our total knowledge of India that we believe exists only in our mind. There's the Ganges River.
Well, I'm going to petition Epcot. So I'm going to change.
Are you really? Yeah. I mean, seriously, how can a country with purportedly 1.3 billion people have no representation at all at Epcot Center? We're going to look at all the countries of the world except India.
That's not important, Nick.
It's not important.
Yeah, that's not important.
There are enough Indians in USA to form cricket.
Cricket club.
Cricket will come first.
Hey, Hollywood is bigger than Hollywood. They got more films.
You know what hey, listen, Ankit, we really should put on some cricket shows here if we can, because Major League Baseball here in the United States isn't going to happen this year. They're all how you say, and the union is fighting the owners. So we need to have some cricket shows. Can we show cricket on television? I mean, is that possible?
Oh yes.
Do you have enough hours?
If you have $1 million, then also it's possible, because it requires a lot of media contracts and a lot of money to buy that rights, and then only you can play it. And you won't believe, I had a word with a lot of international cricketers around the world, especially in India, and no one wants to join because of the contract, because they have some contract or the other from some company, some websites or some radio channel, and they can't beat that contract. So they said me yes, but after the second confirmation, they said because of the contract they won't be able to join. So I'm just trying
to find some people that don't find some. There's got to be some cricket players. Wait, Ankit, there's got to be some cricket players that don't have contracts. They can really suck. Okay, listen, they can really suck.
In the streets. Those are the 8-year-olds.
They can really suck. Yeah, we don't even know. Okay, and you can. Okay, listen, Ankit, you can show them here in the United States and say these are the best cricket players in the world. Ankit's bring. In fact, they really suck, but we don't know. We don't know because we don't play cricket. So we'll go, oh, they're really good. They got to be good. They could hit that ball with that stupid bat. They got to be good, and they could be just anybody. They could be your next door neighbors.
Bollywood stars. We won't know.
Well, yeah, you can have Bollywood stars on. We won't know. Get a group of people. I don't know about your social distance. Get a group of people down the street and say, "Hey, we're going to film you playing cricket for a worldwide audience, especially in the United States. Hey, but we're not any good. It doesn't matter. They don't know. Oh, okay. Boom, boom, boom.
Just play. They don't know.
Yeah, cricket in India.
Right, call the game and make up your calls so that you
can make up the calls. It's a home run. Oh, it's a home run. I didn't know they had home runs in cricket.
They're rounding the bases.
They do now.
They're rounding the bases. We do now.
We have it in the U.S. U.S. cricket has a home run. So
yeah. Do they have a home run in cricket? Wait, I have to ask Ankit. I really don't know. Do you guys have a home run?
Something called a boundary and a sixer. Which is
boundary.
Yeah.
Boundary is where you hit the ball right to the boundary of the stadium, and a sixer is when you hit it in the air over the boundary of the system.
A sixer?
Yeah, that's called a sixer. You get 6 runs.
It's like a 4-pointer in the basket.
Well, we can make it.
Hey, Rakesh, just say it. The sixer home run. We won't know.
Home run. You don't have to run between the two. Oh,
it's a home run without having to run. That's even better. It's a home run without having to run.
And make it a drinking game.
Sometimes in some in some tournaments, if you hit a 6 run, you'll get 6 runs plus $500 for every.
$500?
Yes.
For every 6 you hit.
Wow. See, I didn't know all this.
It's not like playing chess where you get a couple crowns every time you get the right. Huh?
Okay, well, we can have cricket from India here in the United States, and you can just get some of your buddies
No,
out playing.
viewership would just go through the roof.
The viewership will go through the roof, and you say, here's one of the world's leading cricket players, Eade Klandawar. You may not know him, but he's one of the best cricket players in the world. We go, oh, we must be, because we don't know.
We'll get him suited up with a cricket suit, a really fancy cricket suit.
Yeah, and this is his fancy cricket. Do you guys have cricket suits? This is his fancy cricket suit. Okay. Yeah, see, we don't know any of that stuff, so you might as well do it.
If you hit a sixer, then the team you're rooting for hits a sixer, you have to take 6 shots. America would be all over that.
There we go. 6 shots, baby. 6 shots.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I think we should
We'll have to get a drink called cricket. We'll get a drink.
There you go. Now you're onto something.
Yeah,
But I'll tell you, there are a lot of restaurants around the world with the cricket theme, and they serve cricket. As a cuisine, and then they have a lot of different varieties of cuisines, and they have like ball or bat or wickets or things like that.
I have even a better idea. You have the U.S. versus India, and what you do is you get the people down the street to become the U.S. team, you become the Indian team, and you have a big match, U.S. versus India. You go, wait a minute, they're all from India. We won't know. We'll think, oh, this must be the American team. This must be the Indian team. It's America. It's like world wrestling. We don't know.
I'll tell you, U.S. team is as good as any other team in the world right now.
Yeah, we don't
they are in top 30.
Quite good.
And also, most of them are from Asian countries, and they play cricket like anything. And
Really?
as far as the media rights is concerned, there is a new league coming up, which is the American Cricket League, domestic league, and the media rights sold for $2 billion.
Yeah, I know.
Only for you, $2 billion.
Oh,
Right.
$2 billion.
Yeah,
And I'm going to make a sixer shot so that we've got a drink. It's just going to be called the sixer shot. So
The sixer shot.
There you go.
I just increased my knowledge of cricket tremendously because I didn't know there was a sixer and a boundary.
we got this.
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know the rules. Okay, you should say it's a home run. Sixer.
So there's an infield
boundaries.
and outfield. We can use the terminology, and they'll know.
Yeah, right. And the thing is, we'll have cricket live from India, the U.S. versus India, and you just get you and your friends. Shoot, we won't know.
And if Las Vegas has the odds, then we're set.
Yeah, Las Vegas will have the odds.
We'll get Vegas odds on this. I love soccer because whenever somebody makes a goal, that guy, gosh, I keep expecting somebody to pass it out. They go, goal.
If you ever see Australian rules football, they go
Craziest.
like that. Australian rules football.
Mexican wave.
Mexican way.
Yeah, but see, we're desperate for sports here, Ankit. Seriously, there's no sports being shown. They had golf just the other day. No one was in the stands, but everybody watched it. Okay,
Football
Major
is
League
back.
Baseball's gone.
Soccer, so Nick, if you were soccer is back. Liverpool was playing with some Manchester United or something, and that's going on without players. Yeah,
Without spectators.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like my idea. U.S. versus India, and they're all
I
from
do
India,
too.
and we don't
Let's
know.
just we don't know. We'll make up a team here.
So if you want to host that game, we need around $1 million because we have to pay people.
No, we don't need
rubles.
We don't need $1 million. We just need people who like to play.
We got people here.
So what I can do is, So what I can do is, whenever the cricket resumes in US, I can give you the passes and you can go and watch that game. It happens in Raleigh.
Well, I want people to be able to watch it on IBM TV because we talk about cricket and we don't broadcast any games, and we don't need the professionals. We can do whoever, the amateurs, whoever, just so they can see what a game looks like.
They don't have contracts they have to sign waivers for to be on IBM TV. That's not the cricket players we're talking about.
Yeah, right. It's like chess players. We don't need master players. You can get just anybody who knows how to play chess. And they won't know the difference. A lot of them don't know the difference.
I went to the Olympiad in Istanbul in 2000, and the joke around there at the time was, our Russians are better than your Russians.
That was true at one time. But now our international players are better than your players. Right? So that is absolutely true. So Yeah, we could get a cricket match going, and then show people
so.
what it's like. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
All you need
So-
is one sponsor, and I tell you, if you just announce the prize fund in rubles, we won't know the difference.
You won't know the difference.
It'll
Yeah,
sound bigger and better.
So Nick, a quick question: if you play lawn tennis, what's the speed of the ball when someone hits the ball hard?
Oh,
More than
130,
yeah, probably 130 miles an hour. Yep.
130.
That would be fast.
Women can get up to 120, and the men more, maybe
Right.
140.
Yeah.
And the cricket ball is a hard ball. It's a leather ball with a lot of stones and a lot of. It takes a lot of time. And that ball comes at a speed of 90 miles per hour.
Right.
And you have to play with a bat. And sometimes if you miss it, you have a manhandle situation. You don't know how to handle it.
It is very dangerous. It can be quite a dangerous game. Yeah.
I'll show you one of my thumbs basically. So my thumb general position goes like here, but a cricket ball hit and then I change the thumb. Can you see?
Yeah.
It's straight.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
It's quite a dangerous game. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You had a plastic surgeon
I
on
was bowling someone,
facial
and I
reconstruction.
was bowling someone at a fast speed, and then the guy hit me back, and I was trying to catch that ball. The ball hits the thumb, and the thumb left it like this, and then I had to have a fracture, which is the only fracture I had in my life. It
Wow.
stayed for 2 weeks, and then I had to remove it because it was too hot, and then the thumb position changed now.
Okay.
That's a baseball injury too, because we do
Yeah.
the same thing. And
But just you know that in baseball you wear gloves.
yes,
In cricket we don't wear gloves. The wicket keeper
point.
is only having the gloves. Yeah, we don't have
Good
gloves
point.
and if you compare a baseball ball with a cricket ball, there's a lot of difference. It's a big difference.
Mhm.
okay.
Yep.
Because the best baseball pitchers throw about 100 miles an hour, and you don't want to be catching one of those off your melon. You know.
I am not sure the weight of the baseball as compared to cricket ball. Let me find it out.
Yeah. But in any case, it's a hard surface hitting your skull at a very fast rate. And
Right.
so there's a lot of injuries, and a lot of batters now wear armor. So when they go up to the plate, because they've had so many fractures during their
All right.
baseball, that now they come up there and they've got all this padding, which we call armor, so that they don't get hit. They're not afraid of getting hit anymore, so they can stand in a little bit better. But yeah, it's dangerous.
Well, I think it would be a good idea if we organize a cricket that people in the United States could actually see what a game looks like. Because I don't think I've even seen a game, let alone a professional game. We don't need a professional. We just need an amateur or someone.
Because we have a short attention span here, we'd have to change some of the cricket rules, because cricket can go on for hours and hours and days. So, we'd have to have.
But we have we have a small game which goes for 3 hours.
3 hours.
And I put the link on the private chat. That game is played in Valley, somewhere in Valley, Morrisville, yeah. And also, if you compare a baseball with a cricket ball, so baseball is around 149 grams as compared to cricket ball, which is around 163 grams. So there is slight difference between both the balls.
Yeah, it's a little bigger than baseball. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's more harder as compared to a baseball.
I see.
Yeah. And you used to play a lot of cricket, didn't you, Ankit?
Yeah, I used to play a lot of cricket. I mean, I played cricket in United States as well, and I did umpiring as well. I was one of the official umpires of New Jersey Cricket League. And in that league, we have around 50 to 100 teams. And those teams are from different towns in New Jersey. And we used to go for from morning 9 till evening 6 to make sure that match is according to the rules. And I am the official umpire managing both the players and things like that.
Well, Nick, you and I should be, if we're going to get involved in cricket, you and I should be umpires.
I don't even know the rules.
That doesn't
And
matter.
Tim,
Strike
I
one.
showed you the picture. You remember that I showed you the picture? You look like an umpire.
Yeah.
There we go. Strike
As
two.
long as I can throw somebody out of the game, that's all I
Get
care
out
about.
of there. Do they throw people out of the game?
Yeah.
Do they do that?
But once you start involving in cricket, it's a lot of mathematics and a lot of stats and a lot of algebras and a lot of calculations, and people enjoy those things.
Yes.
So
Right.
that's how cricket is popular.
That's what
So
the
suppose,
real hardcore baseball fan likes too.
Well, it sounds like a lot
Suppose,
like baseball.
Someone someone scored 431 runs in 50 overs. Now you have to score 432 in like 50 overs. But now you are 2 down in 20 overs and you have scored 100 runs. So now you have to score 30. You have 30 overs, and how much you have to score, you need to calculate. And what should be the run rate? What should be the strike rate? How many scores you want? How many sixes? How many fours? So there are a lot of calculations going on in cricket, and
Yeah,
that's why it's an intense game.
That's more complicated than baseball or basketball or football.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't have. We just need to add and subtract. It's like, we don't have to do
And
higher.
we played a World Cup in 2011, and we were playing with Sri Lanka the finals, and India is the first and the only team who played and win the World Cup in their homeland. Because whenever a World Cup plays, because of the pressure, the home team always. Home team always lose the game. But we won it, and we won it, and you won't believe millions or billion. I mean, I don't have numbers, but millions of people were on the street, enjoying and celebrating the World Cup. And we were there. I was also outside. I was also on the street, and we were on the road just flying and raising a flag, and it was a beautiful moment. And no one can imagine how can it be possible and how it happened. But it was a big thing, and that's how, and that's create unity basically. It's not about cricket, but it's more about unity. I played a lot of hockey games as well, and table tennis and badminton, and we have a game called Kabaddi. I think you are not aware about that as well. So that game have 7 players, and it's a small court. It's a court which is equivalent to a badminton court, and there is no ball, there is no bat. People will form a different format, and the one person will go to the other team's court, and they just have to touch that person and run back.
No kidding. We call that tag.
Kabaddi.
Okay. Because that's really no equipment.
It's more athletic. There is nothing involved. But you can't lose your breath. You have to say kabaddi, 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 and then you have to touch that other person and then come back.
I see.
If you lose your breath, then you are out.
No kidding. That is so funny. Well, it just is remarkable that you can have games requiring athletic ability that has no equipment.
Yeah. We have a lot of games without this. Any kind of ball or bat or things like that. So kabaddi is one of them. The other game is kho-kho, which is also an international game where you form a queue and people will sit down alternative sides, and then you have to beat a person who is running, and that person needs to save himself, and the team is running like that. So it's little. I can't explain you right here, but this is also one of the international games we have.
Yeah, we have something, you probably have heard of it. We call it musical chairs.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
So kho-kho is kind of a musical chair, but instead of chair, we have people.
Right. That's very funny, or not funny, but it's amusing to me to even think about something like that. Where people are behind it, and what I gather from what you're telling me is that it's a sense of community that you're building. That it's
and
not.
Also, I figured out one more game which I was shocked to see, but I played it as just to time pass basically. So whenever you go on a vacation, if you find a lake, what do you do? What do you do generally if you find a big lake on a vacation?
And dive in.
Apart from diving in, what else you do?
Oh, you raft, canoe, or something like that.
So what people do is they took a stone and then they throw on the lake.
Oh yes, of course. They skip it. Yeah. The more times you can skip
that's a sport.
Yeah.
And that's a sport now.
Yeah.
That's a sport now.
Yeah. Yeah. We at family vacations, who could skip the rock more times?
Yeah.
The winner.
Yeah. So there are different games, and when I was in school, I played basketball, I played football, I was into athletics as well, and cricket is the passion till now. So I played a lot of different sports, but eventually we have to stop it because of the infrastructure issues in India. We don't have that much infrastructure as compared to United States, where you can go out and club and then play all the sports whenever you want. So that's why you lose your tempo.
Right. Yeah. No, it's no lack of human ingenuity to amuse yourself. Find something to amuse yourself, even when you have very little.
Yeah.
And but in the United States, what we build is big arenas and big stadiums, and so that when people can all plow in, and everybody has to pay for parking, and it's very expensive to buy a ticket, and then you go in and you watch the competition. But you guys, it's one thing to watch baseball; it's another thing to play it. And so you're talking about people playing, and that's what I love about what you're telling me. Because we have. Go ahead.
Sports is a lifestyle basically, and if you are into sports and if you play sports, and it's something which gives you a lot of energy, gives you a lot of motivation, gives you a lot of peace of mind, and also divert your mind from the day-to-day work what you do. So I've seen a lot of people, passes their time discussing playing and planning strategies for sports and things like that. So that's how the sports is.
Yeah, I really agree with that, because even table tennis can be intense. You can play it with intensity, but while you're doing it, you're not thinking about the test that you have to take next week or something like that. All your attention is focused on that, and you have fun. And I think as adults, we forget how to play. We forget how to have fun because we're always working. And when we can remember to play, to have fun, our lives improve. And I think that when you talk about the sense of community, everybody rushing into the street, yes, we won, but that is the other side of this, that you build a sense of community. People wear their colors, and they have the gear that they wear around with pride because they feel like they're part of it. So it's building a sense of community, I think. And when you have a sense of community, you never feel alone. And on some of the other shows that we were talking about, one of the hard parts of modern society is the feeling that you're isolated, that you're alone. And sports is one of those things that makes you feel that you're not alone, because you see somebody wearing your team's cap, and you already feel like
It's more of a kind of a relational thing where you just somehow relate to that person who is also cheering for the same team.
Yes.
So that's how sport buddies develop, and that's why we have a lot of sports bar, especially when soccer comes up. And you won't believe we have never played a soccer World Cup, but if you watch the viewers, we have more viewers than any other country in the world who watch soccer.
I believe you, and I can understand why. And
that if you ask me, lawn tennis, we know Andre Agassi, we know all the players who played for US and other countries. But if you talk about lawn tennis or the players in India, we have few players, who played lawn tennis. I'm not sure you whether know the name as well. But we follow lawn tennis like anything. We follow tennis, we follow Olympics, and whenever there's an Olympics, we generally cheer for USA because that's one of the best team in the world.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the things we would rather lead in that kind of thing than in COVID deaths. So and so.
No, but Jim, for the COVID death, what I can believe is that there might be a lot of reported deaths in USA as compared to a lot of not reported deaths in other countries.
I believe you.
Because so right now, if you see the stat, it says US at the top, but a lot of countries are not reporting their deaths as well.
Like Brazil.
And you never know how the number changes. And
right.
There's a lot of conspiracies going on that a lot of million people died in China. So we never know about it.
That's correct.
So if you count all those things, it's not just USA. There are a lot of countries who are doing it and they're still struggling. Iran, I still remember, Iran is one of the few countries which, it started COVID somewhere in February, and they still have a lot of cases. But if you count deaths are comparatively low as compared to what they have. But the COVID timeline is huge. So I doubt whether they are reporting the right cases. So that's how happening in a lot of countries.
Yes, I agree completely. And, when I see the numbers coming out of Russia, I always look at them with a, little wink, because maybe that's the numbers, but probably not. And even Brazil kind of made it the policy not to report. They don't want the numbers, and it's kind of like the mindset we have. If you don't test, then you don't discover the cases. So we don't have any cases unless we test. What kind of thinking is that? But there are countries like Italy where you kind of get a sense that these numbers are accurate, and they had this massive outbreak, and now it seems their curve has flattened, and so they're not in the steady state of rising cases anymore. So it seems to me that there is hope that we can, regardless of whether the numbers we're reporting are factual or not, over-reported, under-reported, there's got to be a way to flatten the curve, and maybe not have another spike in the fall, from the United States point of view. And but I'm not sure that we can bind together as a country to do it, whether we have the combined will to do what it takes to flatten that curve. Because every time we try to open up, we see a spike.
Yeah.
And I'm
afraid why we have elections going on in India and in United States, and why we are talking about all other things, because COVID is something, and we have declared that it's a pandemic. So everything should side apart. We have to focus on the medical thing, and we can do all these elections and everything later on as well. Because once we have life, we can do a lot of things. But people have diverted, and they have moved on, and they are talking about election. They're talking about a lot of other things, which is, according to me, it's not relevant at this point of time. But that's how people make money, and that's what's happening in a lot of countries. It's more about economics, and it's more about war. It's more about political powers, elections, a lot of things. And I'm surprised no one is doing anything.
Yeah, I wish I could be surprised, but I expected this kind of problem, because one of the things is in the United States, the way we're trained, is not to stay at home. It's to go out and to go to work. You leave your home to go to work. And now we have people that have to work from home. And it's a tremendous psychological shift. There are some other costs as well. You don't have those random conversations where an idea sparks, and because you're by yourself. And as for a guy like me, a chess player, it's fine. I have my high-speed internet connection. I have my satellite television. I have my books. The only problem for me is I don't like to be told I have to stay home. If you left it up to me, I would. But if you tell me I have to, then that gets me a little bit. And I see that in a lot of people. They just don't want to be told to stay home. And
also, Jim, what I've realized is that for a young family with 2 kids or 1 kid, both the parents are working, and now the kids having a Zoom class.
Yes.
So first question is, do they have enough laptops to survive? And the second question is, both the parents are working. Who will take care of the child? Because the child is going to a Zoom class, and you have to monitor that class as well. Apart from that, you have your Zoom meetings going around.
Yeah, you're hitting on very, very important.
And you know what happened? Laptop demands have increased since COVID happened, because not everyone have all the laptops. Now you need 1 laptop per child or 1 laptop per adult, because everyone is at home. They need to do some work, and they need a laptop, and you need to monitor them as well. So now parents have to play multiple roles to make sure the child is doing right, and you have to monitor it, because the school and the teachers also want you to monitor, because they can't monitor it.
Right.
And you have to engage them with something or the other, because you have to keep them at home. They can't go out and play.
Yeah, and they can't.
And
play
also, Google. And also, if you read about Google, so Google have offered $1,000 to buy furniture for your home, so that you can set up an office. Do you know about it?
I know of it. I don't know much about it. I haven't studied it. But this is an important thing that's happening in our society, because, and one of the side effects was everybody wanted to have Zoom meetings. Everybody wanted to have Zoom schooling, and Zoom couldn't handle the capacity. And so it was a big deal for a while, because then there was security flaws in their software that were being taken use, and we now have a new term in the United States. I don't know if it's in India. It's called Zoom bombing.
Oh,
have you ever heard that term?
We have a Zoom issue going on, and government have released some regulations that how to use Zoom, and they want us to shift to a different platform because Zoom is being hacked in India, and there's a lot of pornography and things like that happening on Zoom.
Yes,
because it's difficult, and that's why there are regulations from companies and from government how to use Zoom, or if you can avoid Zoom, then you can avoid Zoom as well. That's what's happening.
Yes. And some of the earlier meetings that I was part of, people would hack into the systems. So Zoom put on security patch after security patch, and it's now much more stable in terms of that. And also, as the meeting hosts, we have learned the security to put in place to prevent people from coming in and disturbing our meetings. And so, we had a learning curve though. And they had a capacity issue and everything because everybody is working from home and they have to have their meetings. And so there's GoToMeetings and there's Zoom and there's all these things that have popped up. So the technological advances are kind of meeting the challenge, but there is this lag between the demand and them catching up so they can provide a safe and secure environment for you to have your meetings, to have your school lessons, and that sort of thing without having them what we call bombed by somebody from the outside. Yeah.
And also what's happening is that my voice is echoing. Can you hear my voice again and again?
Yes, I can.
So what happens is that whenever you do a Zoom meeting, you have to put a disclaimer that that meeting is recorded, or you want a live, or you want to record that video and all those things, because people complain that why you are recording without asking us.
Right. And
so there are a lot of
That's true. There's privacy issues. There's privacy as well. Yeah. But our technology is advancing, and there is a lag time between people learning the skills to compete. But the other thing you brought up, which I think is a really important topic, is the income inequality in the United States, and I'm sure it's true in India as well, because the people with higher incomes can afford the laptops for their kids, and the people with lower incomes cannot. And so there's now not only is there an income inequality, but there's an education inequality because they cannot access these lessons online. You and I can, but there's so many people around us, or maybe they don't even live in my neighborhood, but there are a lot of people around the San Francisco Bay Area that cannot get onto the internet.
Completely.
This is true in Africa. We talk about the bandwidth problems with dealing with people coming in from Africa because they do not have the technology. They don't have it widespread like it is in the United States. And these things are barriers to reaching the world, to being a global presence, and to engage and learn from other cultures, and to learn your educational systems. So this is a global problem that we're just starting to address. And we're seeing some glimmers of hope, though. I really believe that we're making progress. And it's one of the silver linings of this COVID pandemic, because it's forcing us to do these things. It's forcing us to be multicultural. It's forcing us to provide access to all as much as we can. And so I hold on to a glimmer of hope that we will advance as a society as well as our technological advances. But Nick,
Jim, to add on
no. Tell his son, never in my lifetime.
and to add on that, I'll tell you, because a lot of people don't know how to use internet, how to use a laptop, how to use applications, and more importantly, if your laptop is on or if your system is on and it's internet connected, anyone can hack it. So a lot of people don't even shut down the laptop.
Yes.
And it's easy to hack. If you have a camera, I can seriously hack your camera and I can record what's happening in the room.
Yes.
And that's not a big thing. There are a lot of softwares available to do that. So make sure you shut down your laptops, you shut down your applications, and use it the way you can. Try to change password as much as you can. because during this pandemic, a lot of hackers are also active. They don't have a lot of work to be done, so they're hacking people. And it started generally with US, and then it goes to other countries. And
Right.
to make sure if we follow the right precautions in terms of how to use the laptop, how to create a good performance of a laptop, how to scan antiviruses, how to update your laptop, how to make sure that your camera is off. For camera, we generally have a stick. We put it on the camera, and
Yeah.
whenever we don't use it, the stick will cover the camera.
My spiritual advisor, I meet with once a week. She has a piece of tape over her camera.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't. Otherwise, she does not want the camera on.
Yeah, and sometimes I'll tell you, I'm doing some work and suddenly my camera opens, and I was like, how can the camera got open? Because I can see the light.
Yes.
But people don't know, because they are tech savvy. They think that it's just a basic light, like all the lights, and that's how it ruins. And also, the same thing goes with the banking transaction. If you're doing a transaction, how to do it? What is my browser, and how you can use an incognito video? So if you have an incognito window open, those those are private browsing, and those cannot be restored, or those cannot be saved. So there are a lot of
Right.
ways to use internet and explore different websites and make sure that you are safe, because now everything is based on passwords and OTPs, and it's not that difficult to hack it if you allow people to hack it. It's like coronavirus. If you go out, then only the coronavirus will come back to you.
Yes.
If you are at home, it's difficult for them to reach out to you and spread it. So
Yes.
it's the same thing. I mean, you have to go to the hacker, or make sure that you have opened your gateways for hacker, and then the hacker will come back and join. And the important and the important thing is that there are a lot of phishing emails which will be on your inbox. So
Yes.
make sure before you open an email, make sure read a subject and see from where the mail is coming from. And if
Yes.
you find anything fishy, don't open that email.
Do
So
not.
these are small things. Yeah, these are small things which you can avoid, and make sure you have a good and safe life, and always be aware about the bank frauds. A lot of
Yes.
bank frauds going down, and especially it happened during the pandemic, and that's how people
Yes.
suffer loss.
That's even increased. Hackers have plenty of free time. And it seems to me, and I don't know if this is just my pessimistic view on this, but it seems like the hackers are always one step behind us, and we're always trying to catch up to them. But whatever security measures we put in place, then they understand them and hack them. And then we put more security, and then they hack those. So it's an endless battle. Privacy, keeping your situation, your meetings safe, your home safe, these are our priorities, and you have to become educated on how to do those things. That's the learning curve that we all have to go through to keep ourselves safe, our data safe, and when we participate in meetings outside of our homes, how to keep those safe as well. It's a big learning curve, and you know more about it than I.
And Jim, I'll tell you, you must be aware about World Wide Web, but you have heard about onions?
About onions?
Onions.
Dark onions. I only eat yellow onions.
I'm not talking about onions to eat. So we have www.yahoo.com. You know about it? World Wide Web.
Yeah.
www.
And you know about .com. Now go and search on Google onions.
Okay. I'm going to do it now.
Yeah, do it now, and you'll see it's a different world. And that's a gray internet. We call it a gray market, where people do a lot of stuff.
It's a URL, not a URL. It's a what do you call it?
A gray market.
It's a World Wide Web, so it's like a gray web, basically. A black web where people from the different world, not like us, they use those web to do a lot of stuff, and that is also a part of cybersecurity. And if someone is very, because I learned about it and I know what's happening. So a lot of people, they do a lot of unnecessary stuff there, and they change their IP like a fraction of a second. So you can't catch that guy, because that is the world is all about. Sitting in Germany, IP is showing off India, and they are talking to someone in Nigeria and doing things in Dubai, and the IP just changes at a fraction of a second.
Yes.
So this is what I see when I type that in. This is what I get. So I go www.onion.
No. You don't have to do www. Just write .onions.
Okay, because I did what Kimberly did.
Onions.
Right.
ONION. Yeah.
Oh, onion websites.
So this is going to onions. So you have to go and search .onions gray market, something else, because I believe Google might be blocking it.
They might have already dropped it. I remember you
maybe.
talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
So, but you have to get a you have to go through an approval process. You have to go through
a dark market. Onion space dark market.
Onions space.
Onion markets.
Nope.
Nope.
I type it.
This link. This is just an article I'm putting on private chat.
Okay.
Dark web. It's called dark web.
Dark web.
Dark web. Maybe better than, yeah. Oh, visit on the dark web. Huh.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, dark websites end in onion. That is a special use to level domain suffix. So yeah, it's a domain suffix, but hidden service reachable via the Tor network. According to Wikipedia browsers with the appropriate proxy can reach these sites. So you have to have a special proxy to even get to those sites.
Well, what I know about this is that people search they try to find out what their own privacy is on the web, and so they search themselves in all these different ways. But what's on the web is one thing. What's on the dark web is another. So you don't know what they know about you on the dark web.
And also dark web is for people who are living in a dark life. I don't want to name it, but I hope you can imagine. And they do a lot of different deals on the dark web. And now it's popular because everyone knows about it. But this kind of web is running since a while now. And there are a lot of things going around. Now, you know that people try to do a lot of different things. So that's why they also started working on dark web. But it's not a safe to go and do deals on dark web.
Right.
So that's what I can recommend. I mean, basically, and maybe now they are coming up with different new web, because I'm not very active in the hacker and cyberspace, but I just follow the news and what's going on. So I can just share what's going on. But it's a different world and it's a different experience. You can buy anything at any point of time, and they use bitcoins before it comes in the market.
Right.
So they are pretty advanced than the World Wide Web.
Yeah, they're a step ahead of us always.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what dark web is. But
so I have to apply my lidocaine patch to my head again, thinking about these things.
So basically, there are two types of people. First one who just wanted to know what's happening, so they should have an idea and information so that they can't be blank out themselves, that they don't know anything. And the other one goes deep into it and started using it. So I am the one who just wanted to know what's going on. I should have the basic information so that I won't stick quiet whenever there's a discussion going around. And on the other hand, a lot of people started using it. And I learned this practice when I was in US. So everyone told me that if you want to engage someone in America, or maybe especially in the business arena, you should know about NBA. Because if you start talking about NBA, basketballs, and NFL, people will start talking to you, and then you can share your communication, or you can discuss whatever you want to discuss at the business side or at the education side, because it gives you an option to start conversation. So that's why I've realized that no matter if I'm not interested in something, I should know about it, so that it's an icebreaker and you can start communicating with that person, because a lot of people are not interested to talk to you. And I've learned it, and after that I've been to a lot of countries just for myself, and just to explore and see what we can do and how we can learn and do business and exposure. and I still talk to a lot of unknown people, just randomly talking to someone at the airport or at the cab and things like that, and just to start a conversation, and then we built up a bond, and that's how it goes.
Yes, yes. Find something about in common. What we spend our times doing is focusing on the differences between us, our skin color, our nationalities, our cultures, the gods that we believe in, and instead we should be focusing on the similarities, what we have in common.
Yeah.
And because if we focus on those things, we find them, and we find that we have a lot more in common than we do when we have differences. And it's just a fundamental question of what is a human being. And the human beings have all the same wants and desires and needs. And, wherever you are in the world, that's why my mission statement includes Chess Without Borders, because I don't care where you live. And I don't care if you're carved up by some non-physical barriers or territory. That's not what separates us into people. That those maps that we have, those globes that we have, that you are here. No, we are all here, and that's what we want to try to build. And so that we have a sense of community that is not United States, is not India, and a sense of that we are all on one world, one family. I just coined that, so you can use that though in NACA.
Completely. And that's what I believe. I mean, whenever there's a discussion or whenever there is something, an idea basically, or some solution, so I generally think about a global solution. I know it's difficult to implement, but so what I believe is that, so I was watching one show of one of our IBM board people from Malaysia, Rana Sharif. So he does a show called World Economic Talent Forum. And he invited someone from USA, and that guy is working in different countries, and he do a lot of startups and businesses and consult a lot of things. So I asked him a question that why can't we create, or why can't we develop a startup or a business in tandem with the different governments of different countries, and different people support that startup so that it could be a global solution. Why can't we do that? So something like medical. So suppose if you have to come down to India, do you think your medical, US medical will cover your cost in India?
I don't think so.
Because if you read, I'm not sure about the medical, but if you read the policy, it says that it's within the borders.
Yes.
It's not outside the borders.
Right. That would be my guess. I haven't read the fine print, but I would guess that.
And that surprised me why it's with borders, because I mean we are paying someone something, and that includes, and if it's suppose if it's not with borders, so till the time I'm out of border, or if I'm not in US, you have to give that money back.
Yeah.
Because you insured me for 365 days, and if I'm not in US for 65 days, you have to give that money back.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why we need a global solution.
Yeah, but why can't we have a startup? Suppose Facebook. So everyone somehow accepted Facebook. So Facebook is like a global startup, which is all over the world. It's like a country where billions of people use Facebook every day, and but there is no support. Support is only from the Facebook and from the investors. But I'm talking about a solution for the world where a lot of government support that solution, and then a lot of people will come together and work for the solution. Something like that. Why can't we do that? If we have United Nations, if we have UNICEF, we have UNESCO, we have WHO, why can't we have a World Pandemic Organization and we can work on it?
I don't have the answer. I'm not wise enough to know the answer to your question. It seems to me that first you need the idea, you need the initiative, and then you need the implementation strategy. And how do you make that go from an idea to a reality? It seems to me that that's where the rubber meets the road, and it becomes very difficult to do all those things. Although it is a very logical thing to do, it's commonsensical. What you're talking about makes so much sense, and the answer to why we aren't doing it is beyond me. I don't know why.
I also don't know why. It's more about a money thing than anything else, and it requires a lot of conviction and a lot of passion and a lot of one world kind of feeling.
Yes.
Because we are not thinking about one. We say that one world and one family and things like that, but we don't believe in one world. I completely disagree if someone says, because it's more about my power, my money, and my country and things like that.
Yes.
And people don't accept or maybe appreciate the people from other countries.
Right.
Have you ever seen a game between US and Australia, soccer game, where you are supporting an Australian team?
No. But you do. You support Brazil.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you what happened. So basically, so whenever I go, whenever I visit a country, it's some kind of an emotional contact. So whenever the country is playing any sport, I tend to support that country as well, because I've been to that. I've seen the people. It's same as what we are.
Yeah. I went on
I
my
know
honeymoon.
sport is a competitive thing. Yeah, sport is a competitive thing, but we support everyone who wins the game. In Olympics, we are at the bottom table. We just have 4 or 5 medals, but we watch all the Olympics till whole night just to see US or China or someone else is winning the game.
Yes. No, I
So
went
that means it's not about country, it's more about emotions.
Yes. Yes. And it is not logic, it's emotions.
Yeah.
And so we have to rise above our emotions with our attachments. Yeah, my wife and I honeymooned in Paris, so I've always had a love for France. And in the World Cup, when the French actually won this, and I was rooting for the French team, and I was chanting "Les Bleus" in this situation, and all the Americans were mad at me because the Americans don't like the French, and I'm supposed to not like the French. But I was rooting for them because I have a deep attachment to the French people, and at least I've attended other people's weddings in France, and and I felt like an outsider. Why, just because I'm rooting for a country, another country, why shouldn't I root for another country? But we have this me first, and we've had this waves in the cycle. Lynn was talking earlier about it's cyclical, and in the 1930s we were very much into isolationism, and we did not want to be part of the world. We wanted to be America first and only. And World War II changed all of that. We had to get involved, and so we had a great 1950s sense of being part of the world community. And by the world, I mean Europe. But now we have this sense of isolationism again because we are anti-immigrants. The Statue of Liberty is saying, give us your poor, your tired, your huddled masses. We are built to believe that you can come to America and find freedom, come to the United States and find freedom and achieve your dreams. But now we have people on the southwestern border coming in, and we're putting them in cages, and we're telling them, you're not welcome. And so we've gone back into this cycle of isolationism. America first, make America great again. All of these types of little bumper stickers thinking.
I'm somehow confused when Americans say that they don't welcome immigrants, because if I talk to someone in America, someone is from Ireland, someone is from Australia, someone is from Latin America, and somehow they think that after spending 50 years, they are Americans. No matter they are Americans, I accept it. But their roots are in different countries. And likewise, I forgot your first, and I forgot your first lady. Is she an American?
Pardon?
I forgot about your first lady. Is she an American?
No. Well, she's naturalized American. Naturalized.
That's what the story is all about. And now, if I'll ask you another question, if you name your top 50 CEOs of top 50 countries in United States of America, all are the CEOs are from America.
There, a lot of them are from India.
Yeah. So you welcome people who have brains, but you don't welcome people who are ready to struggle and ready to build their empire. And vice versa, there are a lot of Americans live in India as well.
Yeah. Now, we are in the United States. We are all Americans except for the Native Americans, which we displaced. We've all come from someplace else. All of us. Some of us many generations. Some of us just a couple generations. Some of us the first generation born here. So we are a nation of immigrants, and we must embrace that again.
And I tell you, Jim, so a lot of my family members live in America, and their kids, they are Americans because they're born in America.
Right.
But when they visit India, they said this is not a place. But when they go when they go to school and colleges, they still treat as Indians because they can't be Americans. If you see an Indian, you will find that he's an Indian guy. You won't say he's an American until you talk to that guy. Okay.
Right.
So that means no matter how big American supporter you are, or since how long you're living in America, if you are from an Indian descent, you look like an Indian, you will be an Indian.
Yes, and we teach our children not to judge a book by its cover, but we do that every day. We do that every day in our lives. We look at people, we judge them by how they look.
And I'll tell you what happens in India. So suppose you and me both are talking, a lot of viewers are watching us. So they have a credibility that Ankit is on IBM TV, that's fine. But they have a credibility that for coming on IBM TV or talking to someone, they have to talk to Jim because Jim is from America and he's more what you can say superior in terms of getting the things done. So the person should talk to Jim. So that's what happened. So local people also, people or maybe your friends or near ones as well, they bypass you because they think that you are. So they don't take you seriously, and they wanted to talk to someone from the other country to make sure that it's authorized and accountable, and it's more serious because they don't take you seriously. That's what happened in India.
Yes, I can certainly believe that, and my experience in my life certainly supports that argument. We do that, and that's one of the weird things about chess is that I can go to any, and my career transferred me here and there, and I was always in a new city, it seemed, when I was younger, and any city that I went to or any town that I went to, I would find a local chess club, and I would go there, and I was accepted because I was a chess player. You know, it didn't matter how tall I was, how short I was, how fat I was, how skinny I was. None of those things mattered. It was always about the chess. So we have something in common, and we have a chess community. And part of my other reason for my foundation is to build communities through chess. Because if you play chess, you're part of the chess community. And it's a universal language. And we all speak it, we all play it. And we play by the same set of rules.
And Jim, I was exploring your website last night, and it feels we need to fix up a lot of things. Some of things are not working. But what I've realized that your show name is Chess Fitness, but I believe that Chess Without Borders is the perfect name because that is what your aim is all about, and that gives you strength to cover the world because everyone can relate with Chess Without Borders.
Right.
For Chess Fitness,
name, is that what you're saying? Are you telling me to change the name?
It's just a suggestion because I think if someone will visit your website, Chess Without Borders have a much macro and much powerful theme or a powerful message as compared to Chess Fitness. Because Chess Fitness could be some kind of fitness you're talking about. But Chess Without Borders is a bigger thing. In that you have a fitness program, if you have different education program, if you have different programs running around. But I think Chess Without Borders is something which is more superior and more acknowledgeable and more powerful and more acceptable. That's what I understand.
Well, why don't we change the name? Why don't we change the name to Chess Without Borders?
No, we can do that if you think that we can certainly do that. But I just have to take your approval before doing it because I'm not sure what's your objective or idea behind Chess Fitness because it's more about fitness. Giving fitness a kind of thing. But Chess Without Borders is more superior to me.
My original thought was chess literacy, and talking to Kimberly, she said she started out with financial literacy and she changed it to financial fitness.
Yeah.
So I went that route to adopt chess fitness instead of chess literacy because one of my goals, because I have many, was to make people be able to read and write chess. And but the Chess Without Borders, I love it. I love the idea. Yeah. I have it on my website. If you look at eadefoundation.org, you will see Chess for Borders. Yeah. So let's change the name of the show. I'll just work on my intro. I'll have to rework my intro, and I can do that.
And also, Jim, what's your thought behind the show? I mean, do you want to invite people from around the world who play chess, or you want to invite people who don't play chess and you want them to teach chess, and also how the foundation works? So I think we should just do a kind of a formatting what we are trying to do with the show so that we can make it more powerful. We can make it more broader for the world, or maybe, so suppose one day we can talk about chess without borders Africa, chess without borders Latin America, chess without borders Asia, and then we can talk about that country and what kind of chess policy they want and how we can fill it up and all those things. So we can pick up a country and discuss about it, or maybe about a continent, and that way the show will become bigger. What do you think?
I've had a more. You've raised my consciousness, to be honest with you, and because I think that is exactly what I want. So, Chess for Borders is the new name of the show, as far as
and also what I thought is that what we can do is we can invite a lot of NGOs around the world who are working with children, especially UNICEF, and ask them that if they can be a part of Chess Without Borders, and we will train those students or those children to learn chess and offer them chess boards or whatever we can do, just to make chess literacy possible. Because in Chess Without Borders, you can talk about chess literacy, you can talk about chess fitness, you can talk about anything you can talk about.
It's a big,
so the broader
it's
thing would
be a bigger aspiration. Yes,
obviously. And that ways you can add a lot of content and a lot of programs on a website, because it requires a lot of fix up at this point of time. So I think we should do that as well, to make sure chess becomes a bigger. And chess is about education. It's not just about the sport. It's about education. So and there are a lot of FAQs which we can build up, because I ask generally a lot of FAQs to people that how many square boxes in chess we have, how many players are there in the chess, and how many people can play chess. So there are basic questions which is kind of an FAQ, and people who will reply to this question, we will give them a board, because these are students who are like 5-7 years old, 10 years old, and if they ask basic questions, so that means they are interested to be a part of the chess program, and we should offer them a kind of a chess board, or maybe offer some kind of a chess game online on Chess Stars or any other website. So to make it more visible, and partnership is something which gives you more strength. So if we can partner with Chess for Life and Chess Stars and any other website, and make sure that people, if we are not able to share boards with them, we can offer them some airtime on these websites to learn and implement, and we can create videos out of it. I think it's a good program we can work on.
I agree. I'm really excited. I really think that is more consistent with my mission than just chess fitness. So, and I supply chess sets and equipment to Zambia and to Uganda and to Nicaragua. So I really have this mission of people who don't have the equipment, and the equipment is not expensive, but if you don't have money, it's expensive. So for me to buy the equipment to send to them, it's not that big a deal for me. It's a deal, but it's not a big deal. And and giving them, so from the ones I sent to Uganda, they the guy I was working with says that when they start to play chess, they stop crying, because these are orphans in Uganda, and their worry is getting enough to eat. But what the magic of chess is, when they're playing chess, they're forgetting everything. They're forgetting their circumstances. They're just playing chess with the person across the board from them.
I completely agree. Yeah, certainly. And someone gave me a chess board when I was very young. It's a wooden board. I still have it. I will show it to you. Although I don't play chess that much because we are involved in a lot of other things, but I know how to play it, and I played it in my school level for some time, and then we somehow move on to other sports.
Of course.
Because if you talk about chess, we don't have that much of infrastructure. So whenever we talk about a sport, we have to create infrastructure. So if you talk about basketball, you have a lot of courts available in United States. If you go to any direction, you'll find a basketball court available. That's why you have a big NBA team and a lot of followers. Same goes with NFL, and same goes with other sports. But if you talk about cricket in India, we have so many stadiums, and people play cricket at their home, at their ground, at their garage, and things like that. So that's why game is popular. So the infrastructure is very much important. And I've never seen a chess board in any of the cafes internationally, but I would love to see that. But I've seen those block games in those cafes. So if we start having chess cafes kind of a thing culture, and we can invite people to play chess and have a cup of coffee and discuss about business and things like that, maybe that could be a different culture altogether.
Yes, I agree completely. And I'm really glad that we're seeing eye to eye on this, because it is something that we can, even if it's just an incremental change in our societies, it would be an improvement. And just the little incremental add to a society would make me proud to have done something, to make a contribution to my society and to the world. And I think that this is why I started the mission, and IBM TV is making it more and more possible for me to be effective in what I want to do. And so if we change the show's name from Chess Fitness to Chess Without Borders, you not only have my blessing, but you have my thanks for suggesting it. And the more that we can do, my guests for next Tuesday are from Hungary. They are born in Hungary. They live in the United States now, but they have a story to tell about how it's different in Hungary than it is in the United States to grow up. And especially one of them became women's world champion. And the Hungarian Chess Federation was not happy about her trying to play chess, because they did not think it was natural for girls to play boys. And yes, so different cultures have different attitudes towards us. And it's true in the Muslim world as well. So there's a lot of different opinions about whether chess is acceptable in society or not. And in the United States, it's about, does chess make you money? The answer is no, not unless you're one of the world's best. But they say, then why bother? But we tell them, if we teach your child to play chess, it's a gift of a lifetime. Because when they learn to sit still and think, that is a skill that's directly transferable back into the classroom. When they learn to postpone their immediate gratification, which chess forces you to do, you will lose if you try to immediately get what you want. That is directly transferable into life. Postponement of immediate gratification, to plan, to strategize before you act. That's a life lesson, not just a chess lesson. And so we give them this gift that is an educational tool when they're children. And when you're adults, it's a pleasant pastime, because you don't want to worry about your work that day. So you stop your work and you start to play chess, and it all goes away as if by magic. And your later years, it's a solace, because when you're in the park playing chess with another old geezer like me, and you don't worry about your doctor's bills, you don't worry about the next doctor's appointment, you're just playing chess, and you're transported into another universe. And so it lasts your entire life. So it's a gift that I think that we give. And when we give it to a child, it's a lifetime gift. So my feeling is, the more we expose children to chess in any culture, we will make a gift to them for their lives, for the rest of their lives. And it doesn't mean you have to become world champion. It doesn't mean you have to be the best in your block. It just means that you can have fun. And it's only just to be able to beat your dad. My dad taught me chess, and he stopped playing me after I started to win. So I had to find other players. But that's the mission. Yeah, that's my passion. Yeah. Yeah. And so I love the opportunity to be on IBM TV, and with the opportunity that IBM TV has given me to have my own show. And I just love the idea of changing it to Chess Without Borders.
And whenever we play a sport or a chess, we don't mind coaching a person from the other country, because sport is something which accepts people from other countries when it comes about learning. But I just have a quick question from everyone. I mean, so suppose if you are a coach, and if you are training someone in India, and there's a match between India and US, who will you support?
Oh, well, for one, I was a big supporter of Anand, who was an Indian grandmaster, and I just liked him. I had an opportunity to meet him, and he was such a nice man. And I thought that anytime he was competing, I was behind Anand. I wanted him to win. So it is not so much to me about what country you're from. Of course, I got started because of Bobby Fischer, who was an American, who was a United States player, and it was a whole Cold War situation in the East versus West stuff. and he was taking on the Soviet system of chess, which was an insurmountable barrier from what we thought, and he won. So it was incredible inspiration back in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And so lots of people that are my age got started in chess. And we were so inspired by him that we kept playing. And some of us, like my first guest, Joel Benjamin, and the second guest was John Fedorowicz. These are grandmasters now. They lived in New York City, which was then the chess mecca of the United States. And these guys were all inspired by this for the same reason. But now, when I go to a scholastic event, which is a school children go to compete in a chess tournament, when I was a young man, a teenager, it was all players that looked like me. You go to these events now, and only a few of them, a small percentage of them, look like me, because they're boys and girls that are Caucasian, but there are a lot of Asian, a lot of Indian players, and that's the majority. That makes up the majority. The players that look like me are in the minority. So these people, we don't care where you're from. We don't care what your background is. We don't care how tall you are, how fat you are, how skinny you are. We don't care about any of those things. It's, can you play chess? And most of the people that I'm working with are people who want you to achieve your goals, whatever your goal is. And if it's just to beat your dad, if that's your goal, we'll help you. If it's to be the best in your school, we'll help you. If it's to be the best in the state, we'll help you. If it's the best in the country, I can't help you that much. If it's the best in the world, you need somebody else to help you. I can only take you so far. But, you know, we give the little children a helping hand until they can decide for themselves, would I want kind of keep playing chess, or would I rather play football? Or would I rather play basketball or table tennis? Or, so, you know, then they have the choice. So we want to give them the choice. And if chess is their passion, they can explore it. We'll give them opportunities to continue. But if their passion is elsewhere, great. You know, all the better. Follow your passion, whatever it is.
True. And Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that sport is the only activity where sportsmen, without vocal up anything, just to play sports, they have a lot of influencers. Because the act or the play, the how they play the sport, they create a lot of influencers and people follow like them anything.
Yes.
But that is not the case of politics. That's not in the case of glamour or Bollywood or maybe finance or whatever it is. But sport is something where that person is not speaking directly to you or not saying any word. He's just playing his sport and you are listening a commentator and then you are a big fan of that person.
Yes. It's absolutely.
That is what power is all about.
And the world chess champion is Magnus Carlsen, and I have met him as well. And I actually have a picture of him and me together. But you know, he's from Norway. And now Norway was not a famous chess country. And now everybody in Norway is playing chess because of Magnus Carlsen. And he's another nice man. I call him a nice young man because, you know, everybody seems young to me now. And but he's a great chess player, maybe becoming one of the best of all time, of all history. Wow. And but he is also not lost his way. He does not think he is better than Ankit. He does not think he is better than Jim.
Really?
Well,
wow.
In chess, yes, but not that it makes him so special that he is, you know. And I can tell you, I won't mention names, but I can tell you former world champions that think that they are good. They are the best at everything because they are the best at chess. You know, so it is an ego game, you know, and Bobby Fischer wanted to see his opponent's ego crushed. That was what gave him joy. But not every chess player is like that. Not everyone wants to crush the other person's ego. And what Sasha and I share is chess as an art. We love the beautiful moves. We love the aesthetic qualities of the game of chess. And that's what it keeps us, even as we get older and can no longer compete at the levels we used to compete at. We still love to see someone produce a beautiful game. And I don't care what country they're from. If the game is beautiful, I don't care if you're from Latvia. I don't care if you're from Bulgaria. I don't care. Yeah.
And I still remember Sachin invited a couple of grandmasters. So one is from Australia. He was in Indonesia. His name is Max. I forgot the last name. And the other guy is from, I think he's from Germany or France. He was also very young. He was 21 years old. And they were grandmasters at some level. And the guy from Australia, he is, I think, coaching a lot of people now. He's not playing active chess. That's what I remember. But they were young. Yeah.
That's what happens. Ian Rogers from Australia was a player of my age, and he was a great player. But he, now when you get to a certain age, and Joel Benjamin, John Fedorowicz, they all teach. That's what they do. That's how they make their livings now, is by teaching others, because they cannot compete in these world-class events anymore. You get, people are thinking that I'm nuts when I say this, but chess is a young man's game.
Really?
We were talking earlier. Nick is talking about playing the 8-hour game. I played a 7.5-hour game against Walter Brown, who is 6 times the U.S. champion, a great player. And the game lasted beyond we have a certain amount of time period, and we lasted beyond. We get into the second time control, and then the third time control, and we just kept playing because we're both very stubborn people. We were not going to give up. And I thought I had an edge against this guy, and it's my opportunity to beat him. I kept pressing. I ended up pressing too hard. But everybody, all the other games were done. Everybody was watching ours. And I tell you, I was exhausted. But Walter Brown,
I can imagine, yeah.
Walter Brown, after when we finished the game, and all I want to do is go back to my hotel room and sleep, he wants to analyze. So I got an opportunity to analyze with Walter Brown. Of course I take it. So, so then we spend another, I don't know how many minutes to hours just playing over the game we just played and talking about it, and him telling me what he was thinking. And, it was that kind of educational experience for me. Now I'm a chess master, but I'm not a grandmaster at his level. It was an opportunity to learn. And I didn't care that I had just spent 7.5 hours beating my head against his. It was like, let's spend another hour analyzing. But you have to be fit. You have to be fit to be able to do that.
And you have to be mentally and physically fit as well. I mean,
yes, that's why young players, they have the stamina and they have the ability to hang in there and do it again the next day.
Yeah.
And as you get older, you can do it for a while, but then you start to get fatigue catches up with us, and we cannot keep concentrating for that hour after hour. The way we used to. So, and then we start to teach others. Or what I do now.
And I think, Jim, before we wrap up, you should also talk about Chess Without Borders and how a person can meditate chess and how they can create more strength while playing the game. And this is what we have for Chess Without Borders. Did you like the banner?
I love it.
I've changed the name.
Yeah. Oh, and you might even put in FM Jim Eade with FM Jim Eade, because that's my official title in chess.
Okay, cool.
And that will make me seem. Some of my guests will think that that's a weakness, but
you can message me. I'll put it right away. You can message me, and then I'll put it right away.
I will do that.
So Chess Without Borders is coming at 1 p.m. EST Tuesdays, and Jim is going to teach us how we can play chess, and there are no borders, and people from across the world playing chess and maybe learning a lot of things with chess. And we will supply whatever requires to have someone, a child or a kid, wants to learn chess or wants to play chess professionally. So we have a team around the world doing so, and that comes with the J-Mate Foundation and IBM TV. So in collaboration, we will try to help those people as much as we can. And before we wrap up, I have to play tomorrow's show, which is coming up with Sasha Starrs, and there's the show. So that was Sasha. So I think someone is also coming up with an intro. So that's 3 p.m. IST.
3 p.m. Saturdays, yes.
Yeah.
Eastern time. What do you think about calling it Eastern time when you live in India? Because that's so U.S. centric. You know, we have Western time and Eastern time, and it's all about the United States.
I've been to, my family is in US since a while now, so we know about EST, and then one of my cousins, she lives in Silicon Valley, so we know about the PST as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, time zones can play tricks with your mind.
Yeah. I know that
You're on top of it.
It's giving me a lot of pain, so that's why I just keep on remembering EST, and that's easy for me to do it. Yeah. I need that back.
Put that on your head. A lot of pain. Thank you.
And before we wrap up, I'll just play the message from the social
हैंड और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Oh, that's so wonderful.
And that's a message from our ambassador about how to take care of yourself and share the best practices. And before we wrap up, thank you for joining, Jim. And thank you for watching IBM TV with all our viewers. It's time to wrap up. And we'll see you tomorrow on Starry Saturday with another show with a lot of people joining us and following us. And we have a chess game at 3 p.m. EST with Sasha and Sasha's guests. So do join us and thank you. And it's time to wrap up. Take care. Have a good day. Bye-bye.